Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teresa, and on behalf of Litven Group, I would like to welcome you to second annual Offshore and Floating Substation Forum. We have gathered here for one intensive day of presentations of our distinguished speakers and also Q&A session. Each speaker will have 20 minutes for his or her presentation, which will be followed by 5 minutes Q&A session. The Q&A session will be handled by me and my team. And we have also some online participants. So there is an important notice for each of the speakers to always use the microphone, even this one, or we have a hand microphone, because otherwise we don't have a way how to transmit the sound. In the conference materials, in the package you have received from my colleagues at the registration desk, you can find the agenda. Unfortunately, we have one cancellation of the speaker, so everything will be moved up by 20 minutes, so maybe we can end a little bit earlier, but you're more than welcome to be here till the evening for your networking, etc. Then you have also the delegate list in the conference materials, speaker's bio, and evaluation form. In the evaluation form, I would like to ask you to fill in the rating of the speakers. You can rate their content, presentation style, and practical usefulness. And you can also suggest some new topics. You can write us what kind of conferences you would be interested in the future, and also in case you would be interested in speaker opportunities. As I mentioned, all the conference is being web streamed, and you will also receive a recording of the full conference during the next week. Additionally, you will also receive the PDF versions of the presentations of our speakers. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our chairman, Mr. Justin Jones. Justin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Justin Jones. I'm the Civil and Structural Group Manager for Petrofac. And we have a history in offshore wind business and in offshore substation design. Offshore substations are an ongoing important part of the wind picture, especially as the pressure grows to produce more offshore wind. And there are two aspects to it which are being dealt with today, and one is the fixed offshore substations, and then we go into the floating offshore substations, which is a new area and one of great interest, since that's going to be, and I think we'll learn today, an important part of how floating wind farms can be delivered, and that's going to be an important part of the energy transition over the next many years to come. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, who is Dirk Breeze, Managing Director of Trend Research. If you'd like to come and present.
I thought we were staying a little bit more. Good morning. Everybody's fine? Fine, thank you. Okay, so I'm start, and I just learned I've got only 20 minutes. I thought it was a little bit more, so I have to speed up. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip the onshore wind slides. So I'm only speaking about offshore wind. So there are some slides which maybe you can look on later on. I'm the first speaker, and I think they put me as a first speaker because I'm talking about the market in general, about the offshore wind market worldwide. We are doing a survey every half year, every 6 months, and I'm showing you some results out of it. And then we have got a little bit more information about the value creation chain and so on, so you can see maybe a little bit insights in the studies we are doing. I'm starting with a short introduction, then I'm just talking about the offshore wind in Germany and the status quo we have right now, and then we are giving you some preliminary or interim results. They are not published yet. It's very, very new, very, very current, and it's the bid is that you are not publishing it, okay? Because it's not open yet, and we are still working on the results. But you will get a first glance for this half-year results, and then I'm talking about the value creation studies. That's the background. We are doing business since 1997 in this business. We are focused. We are a market research company, and we are focused on the industry since about 28 years right now. And there are some studies you can look up later on if you're interested, or look on the website. What is the status quo in Germany? We've got about 9.2 gigawatt installed in the offshore wind industry. As you know, we've got the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. The main part is in the North Sea, but also 1.2 gigawatt in the Baltic Sea, where the first commercial wind farm was installed quite a few years ago. We are still in planning and building more and more offshore wind farms, as you can see on the right side. We are now with a new legislation or a new government since about 1 year right now, not in the end 10 months. And they just said that they will change the legislation for the renewables in general. They want to get it more grid related and more efficient. So we are waiting in the offshore wind industry, are waiting a little bit on what will be happen. As we can see later on, we had some changes in the former government, and we had a real big downturn in the offshore wind energy industry for about 2 or 3 years. And this was a big downturn for the whole industry, which we are maybe facing right now again. As I said, this is a preliminary version. It's not public yet, so please don't take pictures of these slides. We are going to publish it in about 2 to 3 weeks, and you'll get some information on the PDF. What we are doing here is we are doing it together with the Wind Energy Hamburg, or for the Wind Energy Hamburg. Wind Energy, you may know, that's the biggest trade fair in the industry for some years by now. It's going to be in September again. It's every 2 years, and we are going next September. We are going to have this trade fair again, and they are financing the trend index and the survey we are doing. So we're doing this since 2018, so that's the 16th survey we are doing, because we're doing it every 2 years, twice a year. And we've got about 24,000 people taking part, and about 10,000 people who completed the survey. Sometimes it's about 400, 500, sometimes it has been about 1,000. Depends on the year. If there's the trade fair, certainly there are more people taking part. If you are taking part, or if you have taken part, thank you very much for doing this. If not, please do it the next time. It's going to be in March and April next year again. We are focusing on several regions like North America, like Europe, Germany and Asia and the rest of the world. We started it in 2018. Maybe we are going to change it because some of the parts of the rest of the world are getting more and more important for the offshore wind industry. But to have it comparable, we are just sticking with it till now. Maybe we'll change it in the next years. We are asking if they are doing onshore or offshore wind or both. Here you can see the results. It has been sometimes been the. Is this going to work here somewhere? No. Okay, you can see the results. We are almost 1/3 with the offshore, with the onshore industry, 1/3 doing both, and with the only offshore industry, it was rising a little bit during the last 1, 2, 3 surveys. It's falling down now this time again, but this may be because of just the participation rate of the people involved. That's what we are doing, like a sentiment, like a barometer, which is seeing how the mood is in the industry all over the years. And we are just differentiating. I'm going to offshore wind. I said this is offshore, the other one was onshore. And you can see here the downturn in the former government in Germany. We had some, don't skip to this. Let's go. Working like this? Working like? Could you? Yeah, perfect. You can see here that we had really a downturn in Germany, then going up with the new government, with the Green government. And now, when the new government took over, we had really another downturn again, and it's going to be deeper in this year's or this autumn survey. Very interesting or very significant is the downturn in the US market or the North American market. That's the highest downturn we had ever in all of these 16 or 15 surveys we did. Quite impressive and quite negative mood. It went down to a very negative mood in the offshore wind energy. Then we are asking, as I said, I'm just looking for the offshore wind now. Then we were asking, what is your expectation? How do you assess the global market for the next 12 months? And again, here we had a downturn, a very steep downturn in North America, but also in the other markets because of the downturn of the goals or the changes of the governments. Was in almost every region of the world there were quite big downturns. Asia now seems to be recovering in this survey, in the last survey, and the rest of the world as well, while America or North America is going to be on the low level and Germany is going down again. This is for the next 12 months, and we also ask for the next 24 months and the next 2 years, which you can see here. For the next 2 years, the downturn was in the North America even deeper or steeper in the German and European market as well. Again, here for this time, Asia seems to be recovering, but the other ones are on the not very high level compared with the years 22, 23. So that's the sentiment for the market, but we are also asking some special questions like how many years do you think or do you estimate that grid bottlenecks will delay the construction of offshore wind parks or new wind energy projects? Here you can see the years, the number of years. It's about 2 to 3 years, depending on offshore or onshore. Which is quite a big, well, how do you say, bottleneck or big delay. We can see that some people estimate it's up to 5 years, as you can see in the figures here or in the numbers. We also are asking for how do you assess the further potential for saving through new technology, and that's maybe one thing we are discussing today, because floating certainly would be a big game changer. Larger turbines is another one. They were expecting for the last years quite high potentials for the savings, and they went down in 2023 and are now on a little bit lower level. We are also asking how big are going to be the new installed turbines. This is onshore. I'm going to show you offshore. This is offshore. Quite interesting as well, because we are asking this question for about 3 years right now, starting in 2023. And the first, and it's always the question, what is going to be in average in 2030? So what is the size of a new installed turbine going to be in 2030? And we started with about 18 megawatt per turbine. Then we went up to 19.4, and right now in this survey, it seems to be getting nearer and nearer to 2030. It seems to be getting down a little bit. That's also the same in the onshore business, by the way, because we think that going on efficiency, going on paying back or payback for the industry, like Siemens Gamesa, for example, they said we are not going to deliver the bigger ones like the Chinese are doing. So we are, it seems to be going a little bit down. These are the people answering. Maybe that's interesting for you as well. If we ask them in the end, what is your background or what are you working on in the value chain? And there are many project developers, many operation maintenance managers, grid operation, installation, and then manufacturing in different points. Substations are about 16.5%. Certainly it can be more than one answer here. We are asking where are you active, or where's the company's focus, and you can see that about 3/4 are active in Europe, including Germany, but about 1/4 in North America, and about 30% in Asia. We are asking what is your responsibility, and we see the business corporate and operational management in front, sales, services, and then the others which are not very significant. That's about the results of these of the new survey. I'm going to talk a little bit about the value creation studies. We are doing this since 2011. The first edition was in 2011. It was sponsored by PwC, and later on we did the second and third edition, and we are just starting off. Next week is going to be the kick-off workshop for the fourth edition. We are doing also regional studies like Baden-Württemberg or North Rhine-Westphalia, or also on the down here we're doing a study about the offshore wind and hydrogen industry as well. And what are we doing there? We are looking at the market participant. As you can see here, that's the map from Germany. We are looking at about 3,000 companies or market participant. It's not only companies, also administration or consultants or whatever. And we're then looking at who's doing what in the value chain, in the offshore and onshore business, and so on. And then telling the people or just doing the sample and seeing what they're doing. This is the value chain, as you may know. We're starting with the project development, the financing, the manufacturing, and the transport, like the big components, transport, and then the grid connection. In the new study, we are looking for the battery or energy storage as well. To get the energy a little bit more accustomed to the grid, and then 20, 25, maybe 30 years of operation and maintenance, and in the end, either repowering or dismantling. Many consultants forgot the last point right now. 20 years ago, it wasn't in there with many consultants right now. Some people are gathering or thinking it's a big market, which is going to be certainly. Yeah, these are some results. You can see here the different parts of the value chain, and you can see the how it is in Germany, how it are the heat maps, in which region are the most the biggest activities. Yeah, and some results about the legal things, about the market participants, the value chain I showed you. With some examples, these are results. We've got about 800 companies working in the industry with doing about 8 billion euro turnover. This is the prognosis for the next years and the scenarios we are looking at in different countries. Yeah. This is about the battery survey. I just skipped through to have enough time for the rest. Yeah. So if you are interested, please give me your business card or whatever, and we can get into touch about the studies we are doing. It's still possible to take part if you want to take part in the end. This is the offshore wind clipping we are doing, but in order to have some time for the Q&As. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Dirk? You've still got five minutes of questions that go on the end of this. So.
Yes. Hello, Arild Ragnar from DNV. I saw that on the slide on the market, how that was going in the years to come. Asia was the only one that was positive. Is it only linked to China, or can you elaborate a little bit on that part, where it will increase?
Yeah. We are not asking for several or different countries within Asia. So I can tell you, we are just asking for the region I was showing. Certainly, besides of China, there are other markets in the offshore wind industry, like Taiwan and others, which are quite interesting. And we've been to Korea, I don't know, years ago, and others. But certainly the biggest market, I think the worldwide biggest market with a big difference is China. But this is only the interpretation or the thoughts we are having here on. We are not asking. So if we should make another survey to ask for every country within Asia.
Hi, Robert Keast from Carbon Trust. Thanks for the presentation. Just a question on the market outlook or market confidence split between onshore wind and offshore wind, showing a reduction in or growth in onshore and a reduction in offshore in the future. Was that driven by a growth in onshore or a reduction in offshore? And was there any granularity given between?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not understanding you very good.
Was there any granularity between the fixed and floating offshore wind in that market outlook? That's one question. And the second question was when there was showing the reduction in future offshore wind and the growth in future onshore, was that driven by a growth in future onshore wind or a reduction in future offshore wind, when you showed the proportion?
Yeah. And the question is, why it is differentiating in between?
What's driving it? What's driving it? Is it floating? Is it a growth in onshore wind, or is it a reduction in offshore wind?
Well, we've seen a reduction in both markets, in the onshore and offshore wind. Last survey, okay. We can go on the slides if you want to, but it's. But the downturn is in offshore wind is much higher than in onshore wind. That's the result. We are not asking why. We've got about 10 to 12 questions, and we've got the people take about 5 to 10 minutes they don't. If you're doing more questions, they are not answering. So we are restricted to about 10 to 12 questions, and these I showed you. So we are not differentiating in or asking why is it like this. Okay, so honestly I can't answer you the question. What we can do some interpretation because of our market knowledge or your market knowledge, and we can think about why is it. And certainly in the US market, as it is organized, it's harder to get financing of an offshore wind park if the president is saying we are not going to, or we're going out of the renewables. The onshore parks or farms are smaller and easier to realize. So this could be an answer. The first question, again, we are asking only for what do you think how the potentials for the cost savings would be. If it is because of floating or because of bigger turbines or because of better grid connections or whatever, we are not asking again. So we are doing some exclusive studies, we call it single client studies, and there we are asking, but then not online, but really on the telephone, we are asking all these kind of things, like very, very deep. And then we are talking about 45 to 1 hour, minutes to 1 hour with the people in the industry we know, and then we are asking about, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 people about their opinion with all these questions very deeply. But in an online survey, you can only ask very high level, let's say. Is this okay for you, the answer?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? If not, then thank you very much for your presentation. And the next presentation is from Ramiza Duggal, who's a senior analyst at 4C Offshore, and it's too slow to scale, substation bottlenecks in the race to offshore wind targets. Is Ramiza here?
Looks like Rameza hasn't arrived yet. Maybe let's move to another speaker. Do we have Eric here already? Okay, Eric, if you are ready to present, we would like to ask you to go to the speaker table. And let's see about Rameza if arrives a little bit later. Thank you.
I have to do another introduction then. It's Eric Finet, as Business Development Manager at Smulders, and is going to be talking about the fabricator's perspective on the future needs for offshore grid infrastructure. So, Eric.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Eric Finet. I'm Business Manager for Development Manager for Smulders. My background is in shipbuilding. I started my career many moons ago in a naval shipyard in the Netherlands. Then moved on to Singapore for oil and gas structures, fabrication, FPSOs, drilling rigs, accommodation, and so on. And since 2008, I work in offshore wind. First for Keppel in Singapore, and then since 2014, Smulders in Belgium. I also, in my spare time, I'm a commander in the Belgian Navy Reserve, and I contributed to the design of the new anti-minefare war vessels that are currently being built in France for the Dutch and the Belgian Navy. First, a few words on Smulders. Smulders was founded more than 50 years ago by Albert Smulders. He just retired last year. and since then moved from a fabricator, steel structures fabricator, to a system integrator, what we are now today. Since HSM yard in Rotterdam, where Jacco here, my colleague sitting in front of me, is doing the business development, joined Smulders. We have 10 yards now, all over Europe, from Poland to the south of France, UK. Here we have some engineering office in India, and for the moment the main focus is on the fabrication and the delivery of substations. We are working on 7 substations simultaneously at the moment, so we cannot complain. I will tell a few words on the market perspective later on, which is not so good, but at the moment we cannot complain. Smulders has a capacity at the moment of, let's say, 5 gigawatts per year in substation delivery. You probably recognize these pictures. So let's say there are 2 types of substations. These are very nice pictures of the rather conventional substations. Design is a bit similar from oil and gas platforms, where you have an enclosed structure with internal walls and rooms and staircases and that kind of things. Whilst, especially here in the UK, there is an open concept, meaning that the equipment is merely containerized and the platform itself is, let's say, containing only platforms, decks, which are supported by trusses. If we talk about standardization, industrialization, from a fabricator's perspective, because I want to emphasize this, I'm only speaking as a fabricator. I'm not a market researcher or a developer or a TSO. We are fabricators, system integrators, yeah. It is, from our perspective, it's very clear that when we talk about industrialization and standardization, these open structures, or in UK we call them OTMs, offshore transmission modules, are more adaptable for serial production. Why? Well, one of the main reasons is that you can fabricate a lot of important items simultaneously and off-site. The containers where the transformers are in can be fabricated somewhere else, and then at the right moment be transported to the assembly yard and then assembled in a very quick way. You know, assembly takes a lot of space. Our yard here in Newcastle is 320,000 square meters, so 32 hectares, but still, when we have a foundation project there and we have fabrication of a substation there and a jacket, the yard is completely full. Every half square meter is used. So the more you can do off-site and then bring together as an assembly yard, comparable a bit with the car manufacturing, is better, is more optimal. So that's the reason, in our opinion, these open structures are more suitable for serial production and thus for a large output of substations. That being said, the client, of course, is the boss. He orders, and we, at the moment, actually, we are only building the traditional substations. We just loaded out on a barge last week at HSM in Rotterdam for the Baltic Sea, 50 hertz. So for us, it doesn't matter. But if we speak about standardization, industrialization, this is our opinion. Smulders' main activities, foundations, Still, we delivered approximately 3,200 foundations so far. Our first project was in 2001. So 1 out of 3 turbines offshore is spinning on one of our foundations. We have the whole gamma from transition pieces to jackets over floating, and we also did some tripods many years ago. Okay, when I was asked to speak at this conference early summer, I made up a few agenda points. You will find them in the agenda. Now, 6 months later, sorry, the situation has changed a bit. This year in the spring even, we were looking as a fabricator, where are we going to get all this capacity for all the projects that are announced? Now, one of our yards is empty, and if AR7 in the UK is not a success next month, we probably have to close. We are starting to close yards. The market completely dried up in the last 6 months. And that is not a feeling, that's not that's not an idea we have, but that is the harsh reality we are confronted with. In the last 6 months, about 5 gigawatt of projects that were in, let's say, more or less developed stage disappeared from the market. We had the NSCE conference in Ostend 2 weeks ago, where we are playing some advisory role. The project list from 2024, where the previous meeting was, disappeared for 95%. All the projects are gone. So the outlook, ladies and gentlemen, for a fabricator is not so good at this moment. We need FID projects. We don't need announcements from politicians and good intentions. We, as a fabricator, my 2,000 colleagues in Smulders now, we can only pay them by projects. When companies take FID, final investment decisions, and start projects. And this market is in a very bad shape at the moment. Future holds some perspective. There is a auction going on in Ireland, 900 megawatt. There is next month in Poland, very important auction. But there is a conference going on in Poland at the moment. They say fabrication will start 28, 29. I need to pay wages tomorrow, not in 29. So there is AR7 in UK, one big black box. Nobody knows who is going to put something in, and nobody knows how much is coming out and where it will be fabricated. So, yeah. Again, we still have work for the next 2-3 years, more or less, but we need to fill up the pipeline or we cannot maintain the level of activity. In the summer, before the summer, people ask me what is the lead time. That's a typical, I would say, temperature thermometer of the status of the market. Lead time for, let's say, the major equipment. Beginning of the year was 36 months plus. Now you can get even European-made transformers for in less than 30 months. So also there, the situation has changed. Some for the better, some for the worst. In the spring, the Wind Europe said that the capacity for high voltage equipment in Europe, so it's the European Union plus the UK, is 12 gigawatt per year. A lot of OEMs invested, not only, let's say, the three big ones, but also the independent transformer producers, zoals Royal Smith in the Netherlands. So 12 gigawatt. 12 gigawatt. There is no market for 12 gigawatt of equipment, offshore equipment. Not even worldwide. China, yes, but we cannot. China does not allow us to come on their market. So we have over-invested, and now there is no work. So it will be very interesting to see if the situation continues next 2 years, let's say, because most of our colleagues have worked for the next 2 years, but what's going to happen afterwards? Huh? Very interesting that the UK government, for example, is giving grants for new offshore wind facilities. That will be a lot of air inside and no work in these new facilities. Our facility in Newcastle is completely outfitted. We have 700 people on the payroll. We have a welding academy. We educate our own people, but we have no work. Zero. No. AR5 was a disaster. AR6 were rebids, and all this work is finished. We delivered Inchcape, and that's it. There is no more work in the UK. I don't know if you understand that, but there is no more work in the UK. Yeah, and the government is giving 900 million for new facilities. I already proposed that the new facilities by us, then at least we get our money back. So the governments, not only the government itself, but also government agencies, siting and licensing, they play a big role in the condition of the fabrication industry at the moment. If I look to Ireland, Ireland is a disaster. There is 6 gigawatt of projects waiting in a pipeline for licensing. Yeah? And every time the people think, now we're going to get our license, the regulator or the licensing authorities poses new questions, and the decision is again delayed for 1 year. How can you as fabricator anticipate that? We cannot go to the butcher and say, look, we have a delay in Ireland for 1 year, please give me my steak and I will come back in next year. So licensing and siting is very important for our business to move forward. You will hear that there are a lot of projects in the market again, but if they do not mature to FID, that's for us means nothing. So there were high ambitions after the start of the Ukrainian war. We wanted to have independent sea, we wanted to have energy security, but it doesn't show in the projects that are currently on the market. And I don't speak for the competition from China, which is very hard, but just the market at the moment isn't there. Next projects are anticipated, let's say, at the earliest beginning of 27. So that's the gap we have to fill. Okay, I mixed a few of the items. Just tell you that until early this year, the industry was really scaling up. Capacity in Europe, 12 to 15 gigawatt per year, which is more, by the way, than the whole world except China, FID. So Europe can provide all the offshore energy wind infrastructure that is needed in the world. So those who come here today and say that there are bottlenecks in the supply chain, I don't know where these bottlenecks are. Eh? The only bottlenecks I see is at receptions at the end of events like this. Eh? But in the supply chain, there are no bottlenecks. We have not enough work. So I don't know where that is coming from. Sorry. Lead items I mentioned. HVDC. HVDC, yeah, that's a very interesting subject, also very actual. We know that TenneT has ordered 14 platforms, and recent developments have shown how difficult that is. Smulders at the moment is not really engaged in HVDC. We are tasting the market. It's very complex. As a fabricator, you are not really in the heart of the matter. It is more the OIM and the grid people, you know. And we are fabricators. We know a lot about welding, and it also works with electricity. But that's about it. So. HVDC, you know, is an old technology. If Nikolai Tesla would stand up from the grave tomorrow and he would walk on the streets, he will be very astonished because he will see his name everywhere, but of course nothing to do with HVDC. But the development of HVDC, since it was invented by Tesla 120 years ago, has not much developed. So there's a lot of room for further R&D, but not a lot of people are busy with it. I think in Belgium, maybe 10 people are knowing how HVDC really works, and 6 of them work with area, 2 at the university and 2 in Smulders. So, yeah, if there is also an advice there, I would say if we want to build out our grids, we have to pay more attention to R&D and education on the level of HVDC. Some people ask me, yeah, what about meshed grids? That is another subject. So instead of connecting all the energy generators onshore, we do this offshore. I think this is a good idea. And it has nothing to do with offshore wind. It has to do with Europe's energy supply, security of supply and energy independence. Smulders is building the topsides for the Princess Elizabeth artificial energy island. You know that the Belgian government took the decision to basically scrap the island. We only have 1.5 gigawatt AC to connect now. The original plan was to connect 6 gigawatt, combination of AC and DC, which was a fantastic project. We hired 250 engineers to do that. They are doing something else now because Belgian government said, we're going to save 3 billion by delaying the project. At the moment, the transformer capacity is not gone, but has not been getting cheaper. So this is really a good idea. Meshed grid is a good idea. Good idea is also that the TSOs take the lead. We are working in a mix of countries with where the TSO is responsible for the offshore grid, but also where the project developer is responsible for the offshore grid. And then we see that it is for every party more comfortable to work with the TSO, because they know exactly what they want. Sometimes the hardware is going to be sold. You don't know which is your boss. Nobody knows what exactly technical specifications should be. So that TSOs take the lead in offshore grid, that is a good development of the market. And happy to say that in a lot of countries this is happening. We have France. There's a colleague from RTE going to speak later. So RTE is now also taking the responsibility as a TSO to develop the offshore grid as a good sign. Also in Ireland, air grid. So I urge countries like Poland to do the same. This is very much more efficient and thus also very much cheaper. Yeah, maybe the last thing, but that goes back to early this year when the capacity, especially fabrication capacity, was limited. Some voices, including myself, we pleaded for a kind of Airbus initiative where governments would, pool money and support the investment for enhanced capacity, especially for the OEMs. At this moment, let's give the clear signal, and I want to end with that, clear signal to the governments. We need 3 things for our industry to move forward. Projects, projects, and projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? In which case, I've got a question for you. Are European yards resilient against the Chinese fabrication and delivery, do you think?
That's a very good question. This is the 3rd time in my career that I'm faced with the Chinese taking over the fabrication of technology we developed in Europe. I started, as I said, many moons ago in the 80s with shipbuilding. It went to China. Then I was in the early '90s, I was in offshore oil and gas. Yeah, also there, most of the building was transferred to China. I remember stepping on an FPSO West Africa, which was 3 years old, and the guy before me disappeared through the deck plating of a storage tank, which was already completely depleted after less than 5 years. It was built in China. It was very cheap. Now we face the same thing. Foundations, for example, Chinese are offering -30, -45% of the cost. I don't know in which business you guys are, but if you have a competitor who delivers with a discount of 40%, yeah. If we then look back, which companies survived in the businesses I just described is those who adapted new technology and stayed before all the others. I think that is what we have to do. Yeah? We have to become technology companies, investigate in new technology. As I mentioned, for example, HVDC, there's a lot of things to do in transmission of power. It still basically goes the same way as it did 120 years ago. But there is really the savior, I think, for our industry. In the Netherlands, there are yards like IAC with the dredgers. They constantly updated their technology, introduced new technology. They still exist. And if we, as an industry, allow that our products become commodities, then it's over. So we have to inject new technology day by day. And then we might survive. But, Mr. Chairman, we will tell very soon, because if there are no projects, there will be nothing, not even the Chinese. So that is the challenge of today.
Thank you. Has anyone thought of any other questions that you have? Oh.
Hi, Robert Keast from Carbon Trust again. Just got a question around where you said that the TSO offshore grid is cheaper. Because I think on your slides as well, you mentioned a few times where mainland European design may be bulkier and bigger than UK design. And from my limited experience, I think that's driven by the competition in cost in offshore transmission design in the UK, which you don't have in mainland European markets. So, yeah, I don't know if you've got any reflections on that nuance.
I believe you. I mean, this is a fact. But also the fact that, you know, in the UK, the offshore grid infrastructure, after a certain time, will be switched to off-grid and national grid. So, indeed, it is a question of cost. Also, on the continent, there is a more traditional approach. One of my first projects was the substations for a German project. The name slips my mind now. Global Tech 1. Global Tech 1 contained a hotel for 40 people, because at that moment we were still envisaging that we were going to do the maintenance and the operation of offshore wind farm like we do an offshore oil and gas field. So I think the UK has a bit drifted away, enfin not drifted away, but they have a more modern look at it. They say it's unmanned. Most of the OTMs are unmanned. There is what I call a survival room with a can of water and some dry food and a Pullman bed, but that's it. So, yeah, it's certainly driven by cost, that's for sure, but also to the view of the ultimate owner. And I must say, the more oil and gas approach, certainly in the early days of the continental owners. Yeah. Of course, companies like Iberdrola, for example, they are integrated. They do fabricate the development of offshore wind. They have the grid. So for them, a bit more structural substation is safer. Maybe they see an OTM more as a risk. Yeah, we have to see. We don't see, from our perspective, more failures in OTMs. Of course, they are younger and smaller also. Only Inchcape was 1.2 gigawatt. All the rest were, let's say, around 400, 500. Whilst the platforms we did for TenneT was 750 and so on. So, yeah, let's see how that works. But cost, of course, is always a driver, that's for sure.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very interesting viewpoint on what's going on.
Well, we have our speaker, Rameza, here already. So we are moving a little bit back to the second speaker. So you can introduce Rameza. Thank you.
Thank you. Next then is Rameza Duggal, who's a senior analyst at 4C Offshore. And the presentation is titled Too Slow to Scale, Substation Bottlenecks in the Race to Offshore Wind Targets. Rameza.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, my name is Rameza Duggal. It's not Duggal. So I hope you don't mind me correcting it. Yeah, so I'm Rameza Duggal, and I'm from TGS 4C, where I work as a senior analyst of offshore wind. And I lead products on subsea cables, substations, and turbines. So at TGS, we provide data and insights and to help developers and policymakers and investors make informed decisions about offshore wind, whether the project is at early planning stage or it's already in the water. We provide our support in the whole life cycle of the wind farm. So, how to do this? Okay, yeah. In today's presentation, I'll provide some insights about how offshore wind is shaping. So I'll start with the scale of offshore wind targets and ambitions, and what we realistically expect by 2040. And then I will talk about forecasted projected substations demand by 2040 and how the lead times are increasing, and some supply chain issues which might impact this substations installations. And then lastly, I'll talk about lead times and some key points for Europe. So let's start with the global ambition. Do I have to be here, or I can be here as well? It's fine. Okay. So if you sum up all the global ambition, around 672 gigawatt of offshore wind is on the table. This is just what all the countries have planned in the future. This 672 gigawatt is actually 8 times more than the current installed capacity, which is quite a lot. So Europe has the highest offshore wind target so far. If you add up established in Europe, emerging Europe, that would be around 394 gigawatts. And then this is followed by APAC and Americas. Here you will see some very familiar names like UK and Germany, but there are also some emerging markets. I was going to say Ireland, but now I won't say after the previous presentation. But yeah, it's Vietnam and Japan. There are many emerging markets. On right side, you can see country-wise targets, and Vietnam has the highest target of 91 gigawatt. This is followed by Netherlands, Germany, then China and UK. The interesting bit is that many of this 672 gigawatt is planned for 2030s. This is not a 2050 fantasy. So now we'll see what we realistically expect. So this is the forecast, which is based on foresee timeline, our own project pipeline. So we expect around 511 gigawatt offshore wind by 2040, which is around 160 gigawatt less than the national targets. This around 84 gigawatt is already commissioned, 34 gigawatt has reached, is under construction, and 13 gigawatt has reached FID. So with 511 gigawatt, we expect that fixed bottom would dominate. Around 320 gigawatt would be fixed bottom, but there are some expectations of developing around 60 gigawatt of floating wind by 2040. Yeah, on the right side, you can see country-wise forecast. China leads with 84 gigawatt, and then it's followed by UK, and then Netherlands, and then Germany. Yes, these are the number of offshore wind projects in each country. We expect around 970 offshore wind projects. Around 401 are already commissioned or decommissioned. 570 are in planning stages. If you see the map, you will see definitely China is the leader, but you will also see some growing activity in future in APAC countries and in some European countries. So let's talk about substations now. So to achieve this 511 gigawatt, around 764 offshore substations are going to be required. 677 of AC substations and 87 DC substations. As we all know, DC substations are mostly needed in Europe, in like UK, Germany, or Netherlands, but also some demand in China as well. Then region-wise, Europe will need the most substations, which would be 326 substations. This is followed by APAC and then China. If you see yearly growth, so there's a slight spike in early 2030s, so maybe there'll be more substations needed in that time. But after 2035, since we are not as clear about demand as we are about until 2035, so there may be more demand as more emerging markets will be developed. So, yeah, this is the picture that we expect for 511 gigawatts. So let's see some supply chain dynamics. Supply chain is concentrated for substations. Smulder is the leader for topsides and foundations. This is followed by some other companies like Citrium, CS Wind, Regados. But if you see DC substations, market is even narrower. There are very few manufacturers which have been contracted or which have already manufactured DC substation topsides. And then on the right side, you can see electricals. There are only 3 companies which have provided DC electricals so far, at least in Europe and in Americas. But there are more companies coming from APAC and other countries, so our picture might look different in a few years. This has become a common trend now that topsides are manufactured in other countries and then they are brought to Europe for fitting this electrical part. So regional distribution of supply chain is also evolving. China and APAC have been self-sufficient in their supply chain in substations. China has installed a lot of projects, but APAC has only installed a few projects other than China, the rest of the APAC. So we don't know, they may need some mix of supply chain in future. But Europe has been mostly reliant on their own supply chain, but only 13% has been sourced from Middle East or APAC or Europe. And Americas, the few projects that they have, they are mostly reliant on Europe. Yep. Yeah, so let's talk about lead times now. Lead times have increasing quite sharply for all sort of substations. For HVAC substations, the lead time, which is the time between contract signed and installation of the substation, that is 3.6 years almost, and that has almost increased 60% from the operational projects. Quite a big change, but the change in HVDC substation is more alarming. On average, 7 years are required for building an HVDC substation now, which was just 3 years, just a few years back. This definitely reflects some supply bottlenecks. We have seen recent examples, like in Belgium's artificial island, where they have postponed or cancelled HVDC components procurement. And then there were substation delays in Netherlands, which actually pushed back offshore wind targets. So now that you have seen that how much lead time is there now for HVAC and HVDC substation, now you can understand if a project has not contracted their supplier, how much delay is possible. So that's why we have this slide that shows the number of substations which have been contracted and not contracted so far. For AC substations, on the left, only 34 of 677 are currently contracted. The rest still need to sign contracts, but in the first 2 years, most of the contracts are in China, where timelines are extremely short compared to Europe. But if they are from some other markets, definitely there are some from Europe and other markets which may face delays. And then on right side, DC substations, 56 are still uncontracted. And with the lead time that we mentioned earlier, around 7 years, so all these projects can definitely face delays. So any risk of delaying substations can definitely delay our offshore wind targets and net zero targets. But of course, there is an opportunity as well for manufacturers. So that's pretty much it. This is just to summarize what I've just said. Global offshore wind is targeting 672 gigawatts, nearly 8 times The current level foresee forecast 511 gigawatt, leaving a 160 gigawatt between national ambitions and realistic deployment. Achieving this scale will require 764 substations, but manufacturing lead times have increased sharply. Projects that have not secured supply chain contracts can face delays. So success of all these targets or forecasts is really dependent on supply chain resilience, I would say. So we have some suggestions for Europe or some lessons learned actually. So the first thing that Europe should do is to invest heavily in their offshore wind manufacturing to achieve industrial scale and cost competitiveness. The second very good option is to adopt China-style vertical integration, where where manufacturers expanded their capacities and everything, built on government supports and subsidy schemes. Third is to welcome global players in Europe. Like we have just seen, Mingyang factory has been announced in the UK, which will definitely tackle some supply chain constraints related to turbines in Europe. And lastly, to diversify procurement networks, like adding more components from other countries. So thank you very much for your attention and listening to me.
Thank you, Ramiza. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm Carolina from the Carbon Trust. I guess reflecting on the previous presentation and this one, I just wonder how have the projections changed in the last 6 months?
Yes, the last 6 months have been very slow, I would say, for offshore wind. We keep updating our forecast based on that. That's why we have a gap between national targets and our own forecast. Yes, especially for USA, if you see that we have significantly reduced forecast in USA and some other markets as well, and we are looking at it very carefully. If you see our forecast just 6 months ago, or maybe in the beginning of 2025, it would look a bit more ambitious and more, there'll be more demand of things you will see. But now, of course, it has slowed down, and we are not seeing a very good momentum in the industry. So, yep.
If I can just follow up, do you have any sense of maybe how long you'd say that might last?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, of course. But yeah, if it continues like this, things are not very positive looking. But hopefully, if government schemes and subsidies and all these things are added, it will be revived. But currently, you are right, it's not looking very bright. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Out of the all of the substation numbers that you have mentioned, are all of them based on bottom supported, or is there also a percentage that can only be done in a floating or subsea configuration?
Sorry, I couldn't understand your question.
The question is basically the numbers you mentioned on the offshore substations.
Yeah.
Are all of them like bottom supported? So do they sit in water depths that will allow for a steel foundation?
Yeah, as if you remember, in the beginning I mentioned that 60 gigawatt of our forecast would be floating.
That's the turbines.
Yeah, so for that one, I don't know how to go back to there, but yeah. For that one, we are still not sure about the substations style for floating wind farms, because some industry experts, there'll be many experts who will be talking about it today, but we don't know if that would be floating or that there'll be a long cable coming to a bottom fixed substation. But of course, there will be a huge number of substations for floating wind as well in this one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions, then thank you very much. We can move on to the next one. I need to work out. So there's a change in overall subject onto grid connections, which the first presentation for which is from Charles. I'm going to get this wrong. I'm sorry if I pronounce this one wrong. Christos Dikiakos, who's R&D Projects Coordinator for StatNet, and the title is Insights from Common RTE StatNet Project, looking at technologies related to offshore grid development in deep waters. So,
thank you. Hello everybody, we are the grid guys that Eric mentioned before. So I'm Christos Dikiakos, I'm R&D Senior Advisor. I'm working with HVDC projects, offshore and onshore, and grid forming and stuff like that. And we have...
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. And my name is Daniele Botrugno. I'm the head of division for design and asset management for AC and DC substations within RTE, the French TSO. Thanks, Eric, for mentioning before.
Yeah. So, let me briefly go to what we're going to present today. Is basically the MOU we have signed between RTE and Statnett. Statnett is a Norwegian TSO. And to give you some background and the rationale behind this collaboration that started 1 year ago. So basically, with RTE, this is public available information, we have signed a memorandum of understanding which between Statnett and RTE, focusing on floating offshore substations with a clear focus on deep sea waters.
And subsea.
And subsea, as we're going to see. So basically, I'm starting from the background. So you see here a map of Norway. You can see the geography, the topology, and the different wind farms. And all these wind farms locations that are potential, let's say, locations to be exploit offshore wind farm. As you see here, if we zoom in, you can see that basically at the west coast of Norway, we have deep waters, more than 100 meters, because it's a big discussion what we mean deep water. So it could be around 200 meters in all west coast. On the plus side, we have short distance to shore. So if you see all the left-hand side picture, you see most probably these will be floating AC connections. And if we move down closest to Europe, then we have shallow waters. Shallow meaning, again, around 50, 60 meters. And there, most probably, we're going to develop bottom-fixed HVDC because we have long distances to shore. And we'll see up at the north, there might be an HVDC connection floating, but it's further up at the north. We don't have many wind farms there. So far, sorry, how can I go back?
That one.
Yeah, sorry. Yep. So far, we have Vendir that has been awarded 1 gigawatt, point-to-point HVDC connection to Norway. And this was done in 2024, and I think the construction phase will start next year. For the moment, there are discussions regarding requirements, among others like grid forming and other stuff. This is a closer look on the potential wind offshore development in Norway at the west coast, when we foresee more floating offshore development. Mostly point-to-point, as I mentioned, AC connections, and the plan is to do that also with electrifying oil and gas platforms. So there is now an effort to do this at the same time, meaning offshore, floating offshore, but electrification of grids, of oil and gas platforms as well. And also we are expecting grid development onshore, especially near Bergen, which is one of the biggest cities in Norway and is industrial as well. So it's, the demand is expected to increase there as well. I don't want to sound like a politician, but still Norway has promised to deploy around 14 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2040. And yes, but the auctions will start most probably next year. And I'm going to get back to the bottom picture when you can see what is in the portfolio of Statnett, which is called hybrid interconnector. When you see, it might be 3 or 4 terminal, and you see offshore at the middle, and then there will be a link between Norway and another country. Has not yet defined. Could be UK, could be Denmark, Germany, Belgium. It's not yet decided. So passing over the floor to Daniel to discuss about the grid planning for offshore.
So RT is the French TSO. We take care of the grid connection of all the wind farms since 2018, meaning that there have been previous projects where the offshore substation was in the perimeter of the offshore wind farm developer. And in the current and future projects, we have already deployed standardization and pooled connections. So it's an opportunity we do see for floating wind development, but it's something we are already doing at a smaller scale for the bottom fixed connection. So the perimeter starts with the connection basically at the GIS, so all the platform is in our scope, AC or DC, doesn't matter, plus the submarine cables and the, of course, onshore stations. Yeah. So it's a bit of overview on the portfolio of our projects. The blue part, the blue and green part, is the projects that have been already executed, and most of them is already in service, where RT scope was limited to the cables. Anyway, we didn't have any offshore substation in that because it's up to the developers. And then our role as offshore substation department starts with the AO3 projects, which is the Dunkirk one. As of today, we have 6 EPCI projects ongoing, which we oversee directly, and we are collaborating with the government for the next PP, which is the multi-year energy planification. Can we move to the next slide? As you see, there is a combination of DC and AC projects, and there is a combination of shallow water and deep water, which in our case, in our view, as TSO is somewhere around 100 meters. We have studies ongoing for meshed connections and for hybrid connections as well. And as of today, most of our projects are point-to-point. Now, a part of the execution of the EPCI ongoing, which are all bottom fixed based, we do have activities at R&D and internal studies regarding floating substations and subsea. And you are all aware of the political situation in France. So we are waiting, looking ahead for the publication of the energy plan number 3, which should foresee as well a grid connection for tidal, at least for a 250 megawatt tidal project, which will be a kind of pilot project in order to assess the deployment at larger scale. Next one, please.
Okay, so can take over?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So basically, we would like to draw the picture about the collaboration is more on R&D activities. So we are actually trying to have same common working groups with colleagues from RT and Statnet, working and discussing R&D issues on floating offshore substations and examining feasibilities on both AC and HVDC connections, of course, and also in combination with dynamic cables. So we have dedicated people working in both topics, but recognizing the synergies between the two topics as well. And the third one that Daniel will discuss about it is the subsea technology. The main driver here is that we would like to create, if possible, to the extent possible, common technical specifications. So in a way to try to standardize a bit the floating offshore design. To do so, we are starting from bottom fixed, and then we try to analyze all the components for GIS substations, transformer, alternatives to transformers, radiators, the placement, the different designs, if what seems the most cost-effective solution, and also not only on HVAC but also on HVDC. We consider that locked to the perhaps the design that most of you have heard to 2 gigawatt 5 to 25 might not fit every design, especially in floating. So we're looking into alternatives. And also, of course, the challenges for the engineering teams is that increased accelerations based on the different meteorological data about the high voltage equipment. What else? So you see here some topics that we investigated from platforms, mooring systems, anchoring, but also what should be a right operational and maintenance strategy and what should be the philosophy there. And again, the main driver is cost efficiencies. We are really looking into reducing the cost and creating, of course, sustainable and long-term solutions. And I think that's why we have also incorporated the subsea substation concept, subsea equipment, try to see if we can, let's say, implement these solutions, for example, without using circuit breakers, is something we're discussing in order to reduce the weight on the platform itself. Daniel.
Now, as a complement to that,
Yeah.
as a TSO perspective, of course, we take care of the grid connection. We have essential requirements in terms of availability, in terms of maintainability, in terms of overall cost performance. The level of development for the subsea technology coming from the oil and gas is quite good, but not to the voltage level and power of a TSO. So there is still a little bit of work to do, and there is still research and development work to do, especially regarding cables. So weight-mate connectors is a good example. The things looks quite good for what we see, and of course, at least as a TSO, the O&M strategy plays a big role in the design and in the overall optimization we can have both from a technical and a cost perspective. It looks promising in the sense that the subsea installations that are used now since quite a number of decades in the oil and gas managed to have a quite good uptime, so O&M should not be a big problem. As a TSO, at least for RT, the big challenge would be the lifetime. So our lifetime requirement will be somewhere close to 40 years. At least it is 40 years for the bottom fixed projects that we have in the execution phase now. And this has to be combined with the cost optimization as much as possible. And we have seen that there are, of course, as you know, ongoing activities with Subsea. So we're mentioning here the Madwind project, which should be potentially Subsea with FIT studies ongoing in Italy.
Yeah. So there are some projects there, and the idea behind was to get some knowledge and experience of oil and gas, as Daniel mentioned. So basically, as I said, this is a 2-year more of an R&D collaboration between Statnet and RTE, trying to find the gaps, the technology outlook, what is the TRL level of the different components, and find to identify the most cost-effective solutions. And one way to do that is by, of course, sharing resources, since we're working on the same R&D projects, and perhaps we can come up with some good specifications that can be, perhaps can even help the industry and not have to fine-tune different requirements every time.
Yeah, basically the specification approach tends to leave latitude to the main contractors to come up with an optimized solution. But yeah, we try to have standardized and functional requirements in terms of availability, maintainability, safety, etc. And we do take on board learnings from bottom fixed ongoing projects where we can try to release some strict requirements and come up with an optimization and adaptation to the floating environment.
Yeah, I think we are good in time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have any questions?
Okay, you have a lot of questions.
Hi, thanks so much for your presentation. This is Carolina again from the Carbon Trust. I had 2 questions, if that's okay. My first one is about HVDC circuit breakers. Obviously, as you're talking about coordination and these hybrid connections, the more you have of them, eventually you'll start having to consider that. Have you considered that yet? And if so, I mean, there's only, 3 demonstrations in China. So where are those going to come from?
Question from you. I'm a
Okay.
naval guy.
For the hybrid, I think we consider DC circuit breakers, but we have not reached that level that we made to a decision. But you're right. They are not yet standardized. They have different neutralization times from different vendors. We have not reached out to a decision.
Do you know when you might need that? After 2030?
Yes. Yeah. Up to 2030, yes.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about the grid forming points.
Yes.
Maybe that's more for RTE, actually. Just noticing that there is maybe a lot of movement on the policy side in Germany and so on. The requirement is now more of a requirement, seemingly, rather than a recommendation. But I'm not quite sure if, again, I don't think there's turbines, for example, that can meet that requirement. So what do you think is going to happen there? Is there enough R&D happening that will be able to meet that requirement? Or should there be some sort of better collaboration between what the OEMs are able to deliver and the TSOs and their requirements?
I think we are already collaborating in that sense with the OEMs, because too strict requirements might require battery energy storage system from the vendor side, which increase the R&D and total expenses as well. When for the onshore converter station, for example, this is something still we are investigating. But many times the OEMs comes and say, okay, we need more specifics, and we have recommendation from SIGRE technical brochures when we participate, and we have some idea from there as well. But yet, still in SIGRE, there's still ongoing working groups that actually working on specifications and how you should give specific times and requirements to the OEMs.
But this is a subject we are also working on. We have a highly specialized expertise center in close to Lyon in RT, which is dealing with HVDC projects and R&D. And one of the so as Christo said, also as RT, we try to cooperate with OEMs in this respect, and sometimes they are also struggling to provide models and information that we need to go on with our studies. But yeah, this is something that we have started into, let's say, looking at and actively working on that. Now the timeline, I'm not sure it will be before or after 2030. But anyway, there is the need for a strict cooperation on the technical side, and hopefully not all the beds come together. So if the market situation starts to be so sad as we have seen before, maybe that will boost a little bit the will to cooperate and to put aside some kinds of let's say competition spirit. So let's see what happens. But yeah, it's something
and if I remember correctly, this will come part of RFG by 2032. That all with rest developers will be will have to implement this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your talk today. It's very interesting. Alan Crow from Exeter University. Questions about the dynamic cables. We're currently on 66 kV dynamic cables on floating wind turbines. But for export from a substation, we're looking at 250 volts AC, perhaps over 500 volts DC. Do you think we'll ever be able to design and build cables, dynamic cables that can take those voltages?
Nice question. For the HVDC, I'm not sure.
Actually, it depends on the three requirements that Eric was mentioning at the end of his presentation. If we have the projects that require that, I think that the industry will be technically capable of doing that. What we have seen today is that at least at RT, we're working on the 225, on the 320 DC, and the 525. Of course, the timeline seems much more promising for the 320, but I wouldn't expect that there are technical showstoppers to, let's say, limit the deployment of this technology. In my opinion, it all comes down to the actual need, therefore the projects, and who's taking, let's say, the lead on the qualification process.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the floor?
Thank you. Jacob Vleumer, HSM Offshore Energy. Two questions. The first one, what type of floating offshore substations are you looking at? Is it tension leg, conventionally moored, the whole range? Second question, there is also a working group from DNV on floating offshore substations. Are you interfacing with them?
Yes. Second question is yes. We have a joint industrial project with RTE and Statnet and DNV. For the first question, do you want to?
Yeah, for the first question, I think that we have another presentation later. I would say that from my perspective, of course, for RT perspective, it tends to be really related to the metocean conditions of the sites that are investigated for the future deployment. And as of now, the semi-sub type seems to be the more appropriate, at least for our conditions. Of course, we don't have the same water depth and the same site specifics of Norway, for example, and therefore different countries, different conditions could lead, of course, to different technical solutions. One of the, from a TSO perspective, one of the advantages that you bring on all the experience you have on the bottom fixed substations and top sites, so you can start from there and optimize a lot the layout, the requirements, the arrangement, and as of now, semi-sub seems the promising solution, but which doesn't say that the other solutions are not good.
Well, obviously, of course, a semi-sub can be conventionally moored or tension leg, and as we know from oil and gas experience, of course, a tension leg platform has some quite hefty horizontal excursions and accelerations, which will eventually affect the high voltage equipment as well. And let's say conventionally moored will have more vertical excursions, I guess.
And then I guess it also depends on the technology of the substation itself, because AC HV equipment tend to have a different response to motions and acceleration that's DC and the converter station. So maybe if we have a substation with the converter hole in it, it will be a different choice, or a trafo GIS on the AC side will be probably more robust to certain kinds of loads.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indira Ramos from McDermott. So in your equation, are you considering also talking with the fabricators? Because at the end of the day, then we would have to fabricate your solution. And, you know, we talk about motions and so on, specifications. So I was wondering if that is also in your mind.
Yes, it is. We need to talk, and we actually do that with fabricators, with main contractors, with OEMs. We've been performing some projects in the past with main contractors and with fabricators for R&D, and let's say one which was quite interesting was to fully pre-design a floating substation in order to get the loads and the basically hypothesis to perform the qualification of dynamic cables on the expert side. And we do that on a regular basis. So whether it is, for example, in the GIP with the NV or in the MOU in the common activities with the Statnet, or in our independent projects, we do talk with the, we need to.
Okay, thank you very much for an interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Right, next a change of overall subject again. We're into the design and construction consideration section. And we've got Owen Pocock, who's a principal engineer at 2H Offshore, and he's presenting the integrated mooring and cable conundrum for floating offshore substations. Owen.
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, maybe a bit of a gear shift compared with some of the presentations we've had so far. Yeah, so I'm from 2H Offshore. I'm a technical manager focusing in renewables. My name is Owen. Nice to be here today. So the presentation I'm going to give today is kind of, it's a bit of a conundrum that we've already observed in floating offshore wind in terms of floating platforms for turbines. It's a sort of conundrum that's going to be equally as relevant from our perspective for floating substations when that becomes a more relevant subject in the industry. So for the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about very briefly who we are at 2H, talk about why it's important to talk about this topic of power cables especially for floating offshore substations. Then the importance of the mooring system on the cable design, why the two are interlinked, and why the sort of design of both of those systems really needs to be integrated rather than looked at in series. And that's all based on observations that we've made on a project we worked on over the last couple of years for a ScotWind floating offshore wind project. And this, by the way, our sort of European offices are shown here. So briefly about 2H then. So we're predominantly a group of engineering consultants. We've got about 250 engineers globally. We focus on advanced systems engineering in the offshore energy sector, both in oil and gas and in renewables. We're owned by the Action Group, but we're an independent company. It's important we highlight that. So we don't have, our own products. We don't have our own technology. We just use the most sort of pioneering, appropriate technology to solve our clients' complex challenges. And just a bit about sort of why we're qualified to talk about this subject, really. We started out over 30 years ago focusing on deep water riser systems in the oil and gas sector. That quickly encompassed all sorts of riser technologies, drilling, completion, production, both deep and shallow water. And then 20 years ago or so, we started designing and delivering shallow water platforms for the oil and gas sector as well. So all of that experience and expertise sort of allowed us quite seamlessly to transition into offshore wind. And we now work in fixed bottom and floating offshore wind for the last 10 years or so. In floating wind specifically, we engineer all the technology that's required to support, the topside equipment. So the mooring systems, the foundations, the cables, the anchors. We have experience that covers all of that and across the full project lifecycle as well. So right from site evaluation and geoconsultancy through engineering and into supporting T&I and even the sort of once the operation has started, integrity management and life extension as well. So why focus on power cables? So it's a couple of graphics on this slide you're probably familiar with already, but in offshore wind to date, the kind of rate of insurance claims and failures that have been observed in the industry have predominantly come from the topic of power cables. And although this is predominantly from the fixed bottom sector, this trend is going to continue into floating wind if we're not careful. So those insurance claims, those rates of failure, they come from for a number of reasons. Could be to do with problems during the installation process, challenges and errors that have been made during the manufacturing of these cables, sort of substandard design of these cables and not sort of looking at all of the pieces in the jigsaw that need to be tackled. And another point to highlight as well is that the vast majority of these cables are static cables that we've had these problems with in the industry. When we talk about floating wind and floating substations, we're talking about dynamic cables here. So there's even greater challenges that are going to be needed to be solved for these cables as we move into that dynamic cable sort of scenario. So this is a kind of typical process that would be followed for a power cable design. The general practice is for a lot of focus to be put on the sort of floating foundation, and this is for a turbine, the turbine itself, not necessarily a substation, but it would be similar for a substation. A lot of focus is put on the foundation, the mooring system. Once that system is matured, in terms of its design. The kind of interface dynamics would be passed to an engineering house for the cable package, and that cable configuration, that cable design would start to be undertaken, but it would be based on a relatively mature design for the mooring and floating foundation. The kind of message from this, though, is that if you run into issues with the cable design because you can't find a configuration that works or a robust solution, the main sort of governing drive and sort of parameter for the cable design is going to be your mooring system. The mooring system protects the cable system. So if a change needs to be made to that mooring system to come up with a feasible cable design, it's very difficult to iterate that at this point, and it's not ideal for the project. So I mentioned about the mooring system protects the cable design. So there's a kind of graphic here, sort of indicatively showing the relationship between the two systems. So on this graphic on the left, we've got a very kind of high spec mooring system for a floating platform. So in this instance, we've just shown a kind of 3x3 mooring system. And if that system allowed the floating foundation to have, a very high level of station keeping, that might allow the project to have quite a simple cable design, just shown a sort of simple catenary shape there. At the other end of the spectrum, if the project can't afford to sort of execute that high level of spec on the mooring system, you might have a 3x1 system that's going to have lots of platform displacements and rotations. That might put a lot of pressure on the cable design to have a lot of ancillary equipment, for instance, to try and make sure it's robust. So you might need mid-water arches, you might need tethers, anchors. All of that ancillary equipment is going to be a huge burden for the project, and that's not going to be favoured probably when it gets to it. So as with all things, there's probably a balance to be made between the spec of the mooring system and the spec of the cable system, and that balance is hard to find if the design of those systems isn't integrated. So that's kind of based on observations we've made for floating wind platforms and for the turbines. We think this message is equally applicable when it comes to floating substations. To start with, a floating wind platform is going to have a couple of inter-array cables perhaps, and we've already seen the challenges there. For a floating substation, the layout of the cables is going to be a lot more complex. You're going to have lots of inter-array cables feeding into that substation. You're also going to have export cables exiting the substation, and they're likely going to be dynamic export cables. So finding a layout that actually is robust is going to be very challenging. That system is also probably going to be very sensitive to the floater kind of motions, rotations, offsets and excursions. We've already talked about the kind of likely specification for dynamic export cables. It's likely that they're not going to have a huge amount of flexibility when it comes to their robustness. So that system is going to be very sensitive to any sort of motions of that floating substation. And then the other kind of key point is the risk of failure. So if obviously we don't want to run any failures throughout the wind farm, but if something was to go wrong with an inter-array cable on an isolated turbine, that's kind of an isolated problem that needs to be dealt with. If there's some sort of damage or failure with an export cable on a substation, that's going to wipe out the connectivity for the whole wind farm. So there needs to be an extra level of rigor put into the design of the cabling system for the floating substation. So the case study I'm going to talk about is one we've worked on for a recent ScotWind project. It's in the North Sea, obviously. It's a very harsh environment. It was a 3 semi-sub-floating configuration with very large turbines that were planned to be used for the project. The water depth is a very challenging water depth for floating winds, 65 meters. It's a real sort of perfect storm for a floating system. 2H's remit on the project was initially to look at different mooring designs, mooring configurations, see what would work for the project, and we then went on to look at the cable design as well, following on from that. So looking at the mooring system to start with, and this tends to be the way with the kind of criteria for this sort of system initially on a project anyway, there was a kind of an allowable offset that was used to try and come up with, or to check the different mooring configurations. That allowable offset was actually 35 meters from the kind of nominal position of the platform. That's actually, yeah, as you can guess, more than 50% of the water depth, which is a huge offset in relative terms. And you can imagine how difficult that would be for the cable to handle. As you can see with that large offset, it wasn't actually difficult to really come up with a mooring system that would be feasible. We've checked both catenary mooring systems and taut mooring systems. Catenary is shown in red here in terms of the kind of envelope of offsets, and taut is shown in blue. And you can see that both of those kind of envelopes of offsets are well within the allowable criteria for the project, which is the kind of outer dashed black line on this plan view. So the conclusion at this point of the project was, yeah, both catenary and taut systems would work, and in all likelihood the project would want to progress with a catenary system because of its kind of track record in the industry, and it would allow for drag abandonment anchors, which would be favourable for the project compared with anchors that need to take vertical loading as well. We then moved on to the cable design, and this is where it starts to get more difficult for the project. So just coming up with a cable design that works statically is a challenge. So the top left is a sort of range of configurations that were assessed without marine growth. Once you apply marine growth to the system, that's shown on the top right, that's with the floater in its nominal position, you can see the effect that marine growth has on the cable, and there's a huge amount of configurations that won't work just statically because either the sag bend has got too close to the seabed or the hog bend has got too close to the surface. And that issue is exacerbated once the floater is started to be offset from its nominal position. Cables would be stretched too far, cables would be compressed too much when the offset's in the other direction towards the anchor. So there's a very small envelope of configurations that will actually work for the cable, just considering these kind of static conditions. We then looked at where the cable could be hung from, located on the floating platform. So once we found a configuration that kind of works statically, we use that same configuration twice, once with the cable hung from the center of the floater, center of gravity, and the other from one of the external columns, and ran that through our simulations. What we found is that there's a lot of numbers here, and I'm not going to go through all the numbers, but main conclusion is that although it didn't pass 100% with everything, we see it as a feasible scenario to come up with a cable solution that works if you're locating it from the center of gravity of the floater. There's some small kind of exceedances of criteria, but nothing that's too detrimental. However, if you were to locate the cable hang-off at the external column of the floater, we don't see that as being a feasible option. Tensile and compressive limits become exceeded. And this puzzled us quite a lot to begin with because we're using the same cable configuration in both of these models. So we didn't initially understand why we're getting such a difference in sort of conclusions here. But the reason is because of the yaw of the floating platform, and this is an issue that is an issue for floating offshore wind for the turbines. It's going to be an issue for floating substations as well. Now, it's quite a complicated plot here, but the plot is showing the kind of offset of the cable hang-off point from its original position for a whole range of different environments. In solid red is if you were to hang it from the center of the floater, and in dash red is if you were to hang it from an external column. And you see the much larger envelope of hang-off displacement of that cable if it's hung from one of the the external columns of the floater. And that's, as I say, because for different environments and different wind directions, wave directions, that system with a catenary mooring anyway, in this case, can rotate in that yawing degree of freedom. And that applies an extra displacement to that cable hang-off point. And this is maybe a bit easier to see in some of our kind of simulations. So we've got two models overlaid on top of one another here. The red is the floater with a catenary mooring system, and blue is with the taut mooring system. Same cable configuration, but you can see that it looks different on the simulation, and that's because the floater has yawed slightly more with a catenary mooring because it's not as stiff. And that extra yaw and that extra displacement is what imparts more loading, compressive and tensile, into the cable. So to kind of wrap that all up and try and deliver a clear message, we know that the risk of and the sort of criticality of power cables is a hot topic for floating offshore wind. It's going to be equally as hot a topic for floating substations, should those be sought for a sort of a viable solution for the floating offshore wind industry. The design of those cables, both the inter-array that will feed into the substation and any dynamic export cables, will be driven by a lot of things, but it's one of the main things that kind of protects that system is the mooring system. And if you've got a sort of a mature mooring system that's been designed for one set of criteria without the cable in mind, and then you try and design the cable system afterwards, it's going to probably be a very big challenge for the project, and it might cause significant unwanted iterations of the mooring system, possibly floating system, if you can't find a cable design that works. So the message from us is, please integrate procurement packages to design mooring systems and cable systems in parallel. Make that iteration happen at the same time, because doing it in series is going to be a challenge for those projects. So that's me, I think. Have you got any questions?
Thank you for your presentation, Owen. This is Daniel from RT. I fully agree with your conclusion of the heavy interactions between the two behaviors and the need of doing that at the same time. What would be your thoughts in the behavior of AC and DC dynamic cables? Can you shed a light on any differences?
Not really any explicit personal views on them. I haven't done too much myself with the sort of dynamic assessment of them, but from what I would expect, I expect that those kind of HV cables are going to have possibly less flexibility. There's the sort of design criteria for those it is probably going to be more stringent, I'd imagine, than what we see for kind of AC inter-array cables that have been part of this study. So floating offshore substations, I'm sure, may not have as much susceptibility to displace like a turbine, but there's still going to be huge systems. There's going to be a huge kind of bluff area for environmental forces to act upon, and they're going to, no matter what mooring system you apply for those substations, they're still going to displace in translation. They're still going to rotate. So I think it's going to be a challenge to meet the design criteria for those HV cables.
And you were mentioning 65 square meters water depth as the perfect storm. I guess that is in relation to the allowable space for the offset of the cable. So it was too shallow for the cable to move freely, I guess?
Yeah, it's just a very difficult water depth for any sort of catenary shape to really form and absorb those motions from the hang-off into the sag and the hog and the touchdown point as well. And I guess that sort of water depth that's not so relevant for floating substations, because in that if you had a wind farm in that water depth, I guess you look at a fixed bottom option, but moving a bit deeper than that, where floating may become viable, it's still going to be shallow. From all our experience in oil and gas and flexible risers and umbilicals, and it's always very difficult to find a solution that works in water depths of 100 or so meters. Once you get into the thousands of meters, okay, it's better. But what we're talking about in offshore wind in terms of deep water is still probably quite shallow for oil and gas. So it's probably just a bit of kind of industry knowledge that needs to be shared on that.
Okay, do we have any other questions?
Fernando from Autodasings. So just a quick question, actually. I'm quite interested to see your study case when you show a few from the analysis software. Now, I presume that what you assess there is probably like fatigue damage for the dynamic cables, I presume. Now, again, just again for my curiosity, actually. So during presentation, I think you highlight a lot about the potential cable damage due to the movement of the floater. Now, I imagine that there is some contribution as well from maybe from the wave, maybe from the current. Now, again, I think just based on your study case, so how much percentage roughly that it is contributed from the environment in this case, wave and current, and then how much from the floater?
Okay, so this study, maybe I should have highlighted, this is a fairly sort of upfront study. We're not looking at fatigue damage in this case. This is just extreme loading. So this is a fairly large, the motions of that platform you would have seen there, that's not just general operational loads, that's a fairly severe environment, but an environment that you need to assess per the codes. And so that was, we were given time traces of those systems to apply to the system. We weren't analysing sort of wind, wave, and currents all explicitly. We're sort of applying the floater motions and then waves and currents as well. So we don't know the exact correlation, but it will be a combination of wind, wave, and currents on that cable system. The fatigue damage is an extra step that's going to be a huge challenge for the industry, because it's not just the effects of the environment, but it's the effects of the actual operation of the system as well. We've recently done a study with the Carbon Trust looking at producing a guideline for the fatigue damage of power cable systems in offshore wind, and one of the kind of key findings from that was you get power fluctuations through your cable system from the different powers produced by the turbines. That changes the temperature cycles in the cables, which changes its susceptibility to fatigue damage. So there's kind of an extra layer of variability there when it comes to fatigue that will also need to be accounted for the industry as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Owen.
Thanks.
And now it's the morning coffee break at 10:45. If people could come back for 11:15 for the next presentations, and please be on time. Thank you very much. Hello again. I think nearly everyone's back in now. I have a message to start with, and that's that if you use the QR code on the back of your badges, apparently you can see some of the photos that have been taken of the morning. So that's just a message from people. But rather than doing that, concentrate on what people are about to say for now. And the next presentation is from Etienne Chauvin, who's proposal manager at BW Ideal. And it's BW Ideal's floating substation concept and market-ready solution.
Oops, how do we go back? Bottom? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Etienne Chauvin. I'm proposal manager at BW Ideal. And today I will talk to you about our scalable and market-ready solution based on BW Ideal field-proven floater design. Oh, wrong button. I will start by a brief company introduction. So at BW Ideal, we've been working for 15 years to progress the industry with a roadmap that combines commercial ambitions and competitive solution. We have developed the dumping pool patented solution, which is a floater, a barge floater with a central moon pool. You can see here the effect. It's based on the water trapped inside that moves in opposite phase to the outside waves. It allows to damp the floater motion, and it allows us to have a very compact floater without any sacrifice on performances. The company has a dual leg strategy, first as a co-developer, partnering with a major player and coming as a strategic technical partner, and also as a floater designer and provider with EPCI capabilities. The company was founded in 2010, and we are among the top 3 proven design technology. BW Offshore became our strategic owner in 2021, so we could partner with a leading offshore energy contractor, and we could rely on their capacity to support endorsement of floater performances and design, on their credible offshore track record and balance sheet, their deep expertise in offshore contracting practices and direct access to insurers' pool, their access to a global procurement and quality control platform, their track record of large project delivery, and extensive experience in transport, installation package. So our combined expertise give us the capacity to support the delivery to the highest quality standards in time and in budget. BW Offshore and us are also part of the BW Group, which is a large conglomerate in shipping, energy production, and energy transition. You can see here the activities of the group, but it mainly consists of what's of interest of offshore wind installation and O&M, power production and energy storage. And the group has a strong balance sheet together with more than 80 years in maritime and offshore sector. We are present globally. Our main offices for BW Ideal is located here in south of France. We also have an office in Japan, in Tokyo, and we can rely on BW offices and resources across the world. Now getting back to a BW Ideal solution, we can offer a bankable and field-proven technology based on 2 full-scale assets operating successfully since 2018. Sorry about the sound. The first one is Floatgain in France. It's located on the Atlantic coast. It's a 2 megawatt wind turbine sitting on a concrete floater. This project was the world's first use of nylon for permanent mooring. And on the other side of the world, Ibiki in Japan is a 3 megawatt wind turbine sitting on a steel floater. And this demonstrator notably handled more than 10 super typhoons since its operation. We are co-developer and designer of the EolMed project in France, 3 times 10 megawatts floating offshore wind turbine. The project is under installation at the moment. The turbine have been fitted on the floater and are expected to be installed next year. Similarly, we are co-developer and designer for the Buchan project of nearly 1 gigawatt project, which is currently under development with a grid connection expected in 2033. During those past projects, our design and processes have been went through multiple certification by various certification body, Lloyd's Register, Class NK, Bureau Veritas, and DNV. And also more globally, our technology has been validated by several technical lender advisors during technical review and due diligence. That was it for the company introduction. Now I will get to the core of this presentation with our floating substation concept. It originated with what we call the OptiFloat concept, which was the fruit of 2 years of engineering and design towards this floating offshore substation concept. It was led together with Hitachi Energy, then ABB, and Atlantic Offshore Energy, with the participation from other specialists from dynamic cable industry, insurance, and finance, with the aim to demonstrate that a market-ready solution is available to TSOs and floating offshore wind farm developers. The main functional requirements were the following: to have a standard design suitable for global deployment. So we considered a topside payload and dimension suitable for a range of 200 to 900 MVA capacity. For water depth from 60 meters to deep waters. It had to be compatible with severe meteocean conditions such as typhoon, North Sea, North Atlantic. You can see on the table here some of the environment and conditions that were considered. The concept had to be compatible also with standard HV equipment, meaning with modification of structural supports only. And as for the dynamic subsea cable, it's great that the previous presentation relates well with this one. I won't enter into the detail, but we went through all the calculation that was shown, with a particular focus on the clearance check between the cable, from the cable and the structure, the seabed, considering marine growth and all the constraints, and also to focus on the fatigue calculation, taking into account the safety factor prescribed by DNV. The concepts had to be deployable in shallow waters. As you can see, we even checked our configuration with 45-meter water depth. And it had to propose all conventional substation functions such as accommodation, power backup, maintenance, access, etc. These are the main activities that we conducted during this first project, yes. So we performed the overall system layout. We looked at the hull design, at the floater design, meaning the sizing of the hull, the horizontal plane, the draft, the freeboard. We looked at the access philosophy. We went in much detail into the structural design. We performed global load analysis with a global FEA model of the hull, of the topside structure, of the mooring connector, of the J-tube. We really wanted to go in detail at that stage to ensure no area was overlooked. On the dynamic cable, I spoke about it before. On top of clash and fatigue analysis, we performed the strength, radius calculation, of course. We believe also that the system had to be designed in parallel with the mooring system. So at BW Ideal, we we do everything in-house, and we do the mooring system together with the IEC system, as you can see on this OrcaFlex model. So we did this mooring system design, which was a taut mooring system with synthetic and chain. We developed the construction and installation method, including the cable laying and hookup. And of course, we perform a costing analysis to assess the cost competitiveness of the solution. Now the result of these activities, if we look at the hull, so we have a horizontal dimension, outside dimension of 43 by 43 meter, with a height of 12 meter, a moon pool side inside of 25 by 25, with a ratio to damp the motion, and leaf plate at the bottom. Leaf plate is here. Leaf plate to optimize the seakeeping performance of the floater. An operational draft of 7 meter, total overall displacement a bit above 8,000 tons, and we set the topside weight at 4,000 tons maximum. Now looking at the topside structure, it has an integrated cable deck. It can accommodate several topside size. As you can see, we have a very large deck area, so it's quite easy for modularity and for adjustment depending on the topside configuration. The air gap is 20 meters with a weight of roughly 350 tons, so roughly 10% of the topside. And we also design and model the eye tubes, cable ancillary structure, etc., that are more shown on the next picture. We looked at the access philosophy also. So the unit was fitted with boat landings for CTV access, so for crew transfer vessel. If for access using a supply offshore vessel with, for example, walk-to-work platform, it can be either towards the deck or most likely towards a platform, towards the topside platform. It's accessible from two directions. We will see the layout just after. And helicopter hoisting, it's also possible from the topside roof. Finally, we position the mooring connector at the bottom to allow vessel to approach from both sides. Here is a typical system layout. So we can see that there is 4 mooring line clusters at each corner with a mooring radius around 700 meters, but of course this will depend on the water depth and environmental condition. You can see also that each cluster is composed of 3 mooring lines. The purpose here was to have very high redundancy. The purpose of this project was to basically handle very harsh environments with high redundancy, but it can be tuned down depending on the weather condition and also at some point if some cost exercise needs to be performed. So the mooring system for the cable, we put the inter-array cable on one side. Here we can see 8 cable, 3 times 800 millimeter square, 66 kV, and on the other side 2 export cable, 3 times 1200 millimeter square, 220 kV. And position like this, it allows access for the maintenance on both sides of the unit. Based on this first concept, we performed several case studies for various clients. I will focus on 2. I will give you the scope and the scope and the characteristic of the 2 most relevant projects that we did. The first project was for a wind farm with a capacity of 750 MVA with metocean condition, with medium metocean condition. The topside mass, the topside was not looked at in much detail. As you can see, it was modeled as a box, 40 meter long, 32 meter wide, 15 meter high. We set the mass at 400 tons, and we used center of gravity and inertia as input data for this study. For the dynamic cable, we had to manage, to accommodate 12 intra-array cable, 66 kV, 3 x 800 millimeter square, and also 2 export cable, as you can see here. The scope that we perform is listed here. So we looked especially at the naval architecture and the floater design, meaning ensure that the floater is properly sized and can handle the site condition. We did also a deep focus on the combined mooring and dynamic cable design to ensure it is suitable and that we could find a proper configuration that you can see here. We looked also in detail to the hull design, to the structural arrangement of the hull of the topside structure, to also come up with proper weight thicknesses, cantling, weight repartition, and to be able to inform a preliminary costing study. Now for this second project, we had a wind farm of 250 MVA with also moderate sea condition, 200 meter water depth, 50 kilometer distance from shore. But for the high voltage system, we were provided with a single light diagram, 4 incoming cable on one side, 2 export cable on the other side. The focus of this project was more on the focus of this project was again on the hull, on the topside structure, but also more into the possible technical design for the topside, for which we worked with equipment manufacturer, equipment integrator, to focus a bit more on the layout of the topside. Then we issue some layout drawing. We developed a project time schedule, a preliminary costing, and also perform a local content assessment. I will finish this presentation with some key advantages and takeaways. So we have we rely on compact design and a lean manufacturing, meaning compact structure, reducing cost and logistic constraints. We have simple and regular flat structure section compatible with proven construction methods. So overall, it's well adapted to industrial solution with existing supply chain. The compatibility with high voltage equipment was fully verified with equipment manufacturers such as Hitachi Energy. In terms of scalability, modularity, we've seen before our design is for 200 to 900 MVA range station, but it can be easily scaled up and can adapt to meet local content, standard and certification requirements. Finally, for the construction and integration, in our initial study, we consider construction in a dry dock for the construction and the topside integration, which is facilitated by the size of the unit, which is below 50 meter, which allow usage in most dry docks. Now with the water draft very shallow of 7 meters, it also allows for integration in floating condition and also for mating of the hull with the topside for testing, pre-commissioning of the units at quay. So we see an opportunity to remove the offshore heavy lift and to also reduce the risk related to weather downtime. And finally, we have a low-cost tow to offshore site due again to the compactness of the solution and to the low draft. That was it for my presentation. I hope it gave you a good overview of our concept and our capabilities. I will welcome any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. One question would relate to the Buchan project. Are you planning to use this floating offshore substation for the Buchan project?
On the Buchan project, the floating substation design is not yet defined.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, very interesting. For your substations, are you planning to use steel or concrete for the substructure?
That's a very good question. For this concept, we considered steel, but we see an opportunity in using concrete, depending on, and I would say, the synergy that there could be with the wind farm development, to have synergy with the manufacturing capabilities, and also towards local content. It could be also something to be investigated. Yes.
Thank you, Etienne, for the presentation. I have a couple of quick questions. The first one is for the 900 MVA case. Are you still able to be in the range of 4,000 tons for topsides? My personal experience is that, okay, we have TSO requirements which can be a constraint in the weight of the topsides, but I would be keen hearing if your 900 megawatt is still in the 4,000 case. And second question is, if you may say, how does it compare in terms of costs against bottom fixed substations in respect to the water depth?
Okay, I'm not sure I got your first question was related to the weight of the topside.
Yeah,
you
because
mean what would happen if the weights, if you
no,
require
actually,
a higher weight?
if I understood correctly, you were mentioning that your use case was a 4,000 tons topsides.
Yes.
And you were mentioning the power range between 250 and 900 MVA.
Yes, okay.
If I'm correct.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So I was wondering, what was the weight that you considered for the 900 MVA case? If it was still 4,000 tons, or if it was a little bit higher, like 6,000?
I would have to look at in detail,
Okay.
but just to give you, because I can say that this relates kind of to the scalability. And here, the floater is roughly 45 meters. The floater that we are designing for Buchan project, for example, is 55. So it's quite a small floater. Overall, we really have no issue with scalability, but and also in terms of stability, one of the benefits of the barge compared to TLPs and semi-submersible is the like intrinsic robustness in terms of stability. So we have no issue with accommodating higher weight at all.
So you mean that because it is intrinsically stable, you can keep the floater dimensions close to the top size dimensions?
Yes.
Whatever the power is. Okay.
Well, whatever the power is. We didn't look at 20,000 topside structure yet, but we would be glad to make this study if needed. But what we can see from our experience in offshore wind is that when you look at the curve, the turbine size and weight, the size of the floater does not increase linearly with the turbine. For example, if you look at 10 megawatts on EolMed, for example, it's 40 plus meter, and a 22 megawatt, it will be 60 meter. So just to give you, so it's a 50% increase, but for more than 2 times increase of the turbine.
And can you share an idea of cost comparison between the bottom fixed and floating case?
On this one, I think I will speak about the site specific specificities. But what I can say is that we got good feedback from the market, and that's one, as I mentioned before, one on the especially if during the manufacturing and the design there is some synergy with the floater that are used on the wind farm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, the next presentation is from Avid Rong. Oh, I'm going to get this wrong.
Sorry? Almost.
Right. Who is the head of section for floating offshore structures at DNV. and his presentation is titled How Can Class Contribute to Cost Savings for Floating Substations?
Thank you. Hope you all are doing well. My name is Arild Rogne. I worked in DNV for 35 years. The last 15 years, I've been heading a section called Floating Offshore Structures. We do design approval of all types of floating offshore structures. It can be ship-shaped units, like FPSOs, drill ships. We do TLPs, we do semis, we do jackups, wind turbine installation units, fish farms, floating infrastructure, whatever. Yes. What I'll be talking about is the floater itself. I will not be touching upon the topside, the transformer, or the cables. To my knowledge, there's only a prototype of a floating substation that has been built so far. So if you go to a yard and ask them to build a full-scale floating substation, will it, according to standards that I'm not familiar with, will it have an impact on the pricing? The obvious answer is yes. The substation is also a heart of a floating wind farm. So you need something that is well proven. So can classification be a solution here? I'll try to show that the answer to that is yes through this presentation. First, a little bit about DNV. DNV was established in 1864. It was established as a classification society, and we are today the world's largest classification society. And we are proudly guided by a purpose of safeguarding life, property, and the environment. A little bit about DNV. We are a self-owned, independent foundation, meaning there are no external shareholders. We are divided into different business areas, the largest one being maritime and energy systems. This is also where the floating wind part is located. Maritime is responsible for the floater and the mooring of the floaters for substations and wind turbines. Oops. Today we are some 15,000 employees in the company. We have representatives in more than 100 countries worldwide, and that is important to serve the maritime industry. It can also be mentioned that 5% of the revenue is plowed back to research and development every year. And then what is classification? I don't know, to many of you, it might be a new concept, but very simple. It can be said that it's a maritime certification model. However, if we drill down a little bit, it's an independent third-party verification service, providing assurance to a number of stakeholders. It can be to national authorities in whose water the unit is to operating. It can be to owners who use the classification requirements as basis for their contracts. And it can also be for the building yards and subcontractors. They use also the requirements as basis for their contracts and also for the design and the fabrication. So the work that we do can be split into 3 stages. The first part is the design approval, where we review the design. Typical disciplines that we review are shown here on the screen. Then there is a second stage where we follow up the construction at the yard and at sub-suppliers. And then the last stage is the in-service phase, where we follow up the unit. The verification is done towards holistic rules and standards developed by the classification societies. However, this development is also done in cooperation with the maritime industry, being owners, yards, designers, etc. It's also to be noted that we can accept equivalent standards. Owner specification are sometimes added, and in combination we can do the work we do in combination, or look into regulatory requirements at the same time. Classification is part of the maritime industry. Today, more or less all ships, offshore units are classed. DNV is also classing Navy vessels. We are classing infrastructure, floating infrastructure like power plants, etc. So this is a well-established regime. So why utilize class as an execution model? Non-maritime standards, the yards, typically in the Far East, or wherever for that matter, they may not be familiar with other standards. They are, however, familiar with the classification regime. And working to known processes will have a positive impact on costs and project schedule. It removes uncertainty and adds predictability. As the class regime might be new to a few of you, or some of you, I would like to show here what will it imply. How is it set up? The requirements to a unit is defined by the type of unit, its purpose, equipment on board, and systems. This is then reflected in what we call class notations. Some of them are mandatory, like the top line, and then we have voluntary notations. These voluntary notations can be added by owner. And by adding that, you add more scope to the classification societies and to the yards, etc., to follow up on. Together defines the standards, which are shown here to the right, that imposes requirements that shall be followed. So for instance, this is a column stabilized unit. Then we have a dedicated standard for that type of unit. And so forth. The machinery standards, electrical standard, instrumentation, and so forth. What's to be noted with the electrical standard is that it covers the electrical systems needed to operate the unit. It does not cover the transformer. However, this can be covered by a separate standard, ST145, that deals with certification of that type of equipment. That standard, by the way, is now on hearing, so any comments from any of you would be very welcomed. What I'd like to touch a little bit on here is the cybersecure notation, which is a voluntary notation for this type of unit. Cybersecurity is undoubtedly incredibly important for a substation. And DNV has put a lot of effort into providing cybersecurity solutions for the industry. This spans from the very basic solutions to very advanced and tailor-made solutions. So today in DNV we have some 500 plus experts working on this topic. Then also to how do we set up a project organization? At the yard, there's a project manager. He's responsible for the entire project. At the yard, he has his own team, discipline responsible persons. And then for the design approval, there's also a dedicated project manager. And then we have certification of material and components. That is also very important here, because in the maritime industry, components are produced all over the world and then shipped to the yard. So you need someone that can follow up all of this equipment that is sent to the yard. So this is catered for. It's a setup that is known to the industry. And then if we look into the different stages here, for the design approval, it's done electronically, both the approval and the commenting. It's done by domain expert, and what is very important here also, it's done according to a predefined set of documents based on unit type, class notation, and equipment and systems. And as mentioned, possible owner requirements can be added. Then it's at the fabrication, at the yard. It's fabricated according to a standard with set requirements. The yards are familiar with the standard. It implies that there's standardized steels being used. Welding procedures are known. Welder qualifications are in place. The pre-approved welding consumables, pre-approved NDT companies. And all of this explained in the standard fabrication and testing of offshore structures. For the CMC, it allows for the manufacturing service to be handled by DNV using the worldwide network. It lets the makers produce in bulk. It allows synergies with existing maritime industry. And it reduces interface risks. It's one verifier. And it also brings speed to the market. So, benefits of a maritime industrial model. Standardized requirements. Yards and sub-suppliers are familiar with the design requirements. Standardized material specifications. Standardized equipment and packages. Vendors understand what they are bidding for and do not have to tailor-make components for the unit. And it's also an extensive use of type-approved products. DNV today has more than 60,000 type approval certificates issued, covering more or less all types of components: machinery, generators, pumps, hatches, davits, whatever. It's a standardized project documentation and facilitates a lean project supervision. I'd also like to mention that class can also be used on the floater and mooring system for the turbines, and it can also form part of the certification of a wind farm. Then a few words on integrity management and the structural part there in particular. The standard setup for using class is annual surveys, and the fifth one being a major one needed in order to renew the certificate. This is then done according to standardized survey plans, as shown in the bottom right here, unless anything else is agreed. However, this can be tuned in more or less every way. So here I'll also only be scratching the surface. Some days could be spent on this topic. So you may adapt the survey program so that you can utilize alternative and remote survey methods. It can be done on a continuous basis so that there's no interruption of ongoing operations. And you can do it in parallel with planned maintenance. And then you can do risk-based inspection using sensors, for instance. So if we drill a little bit down in that topic and focus on fatigue, you can do the risk-based inspection based on the design basis and assumed operation for the unit. You can make it more advanced and use hindcast data, historical site-specific weather data, or you can also make it even more advanced using real sensor data. You can also apply this for mooring. Then you base it on data and information collection, like logging of environmental data, offset of the unit, tension in mooring lines, etc. Towards the end, I would also like to draw your attention to the support that you can draw upon when having a classed unit. DNV has acquired quite a lot of competence through the years. Take, for instance, column-stabilized units. We classed our first semi in 1973, and today we have plus 60 column-stabilized units in our class. So this is something that is very much appreciated by our customers in case they need assistance in connection with rule interpretation or in operation if there are damages or operating problems with their unit. Oops. So, in summary, classification is well proven. It addresses the key challenges of costs and risk. It provides one streamlined and turnkey service that is holistic and is easy to understand. It removes uncertainty, adds efficiency and predictability, thus facilitating standardization and industrialization, which leads to cost savings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. The structural integrity management system you just mentioned there sort of seemed to talk about sensor data at like the top level. What about using digital twins or virtual sensor data?
That's also part of it, yes. Definitely so. You have data-driven verification, but that's typically for machinery, equipment. But yeah, as I said, we could have spent days on this topic.
Hi, thanks for your presentation as well. This is Carolina. So you mentioned quite a few benefits of classification verification. I guess it's not always the solution. So how do you prioritize, what you need to work on next, and maybe what it needs to be a requirement and what should just be a recommendation?
Could you say again? I didn't quite
so
grasp the question here.
No worries. So you mentioned a lot of benefits of certification. Of course, it's very helpful a lot of the time, but maybe not always. Not everything needs to be standardized all the time. And you do that as well. Some of your standards are a requirement and some of them are recommendation. So how do you decide where to look next, what standards are needed next, and how do you prioritize what should be recommended and what should be required?
Yes. What we need next of requirements depends on industry needs, right? Floating offshore wind wasn't a topic 50 years back in time. It is now, right? So we have to adapt, being agile here. And say recommendations, our standards, they are full of requirements, but they can also be given what we call guidance notes, being recommendations. And we also have what we call recommended practice, RPs, which build under or can be acceptable solutions fulfilling the requirements in our standards. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, kind of. But I guess I wonder, how do you decide? When did you decide to start looking at floating substations? Was it because the industry came to you and they were asking for that, or because you just heard about it and at some point you thought, okay, I'm going to work on that now? Why was it, when, how do you prioritize the next thing,
Yeah, I think it's commercial, this thing, as it is for all industry, basically. So is there a market for it? Yes. And we can see that, is there something that we can provide to the industry here? Yes, then we go in there. Because say that we are involved in, say, column stabilized units, semis, or say wind turbine installation units. It's something that we basically know from before. We know ships, we know jackups. Then came the wind turbine installation units. Okay, there's a need for it. The market was also requesting it. So then we go into that. And then, of course, then there are new markets, something that is completely unknown. And then we collaborate with the industry. The joint industry project that we have run on substations has been mentioned here. So then we also a catalyst, so to say, we bring together the industry as well. So we also have a function there as a company.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right, and the next presentation, everyone's moving forward a little bit, so because of the one that was missed off. Next presentation is from Jérémy Biaud. And it's basic design of 2 gigawatt floating offshore substations, conclusion of the EFOS DC R&D project.
Hello everyone. So my name is Jérémy Biaud and I'm a project manager at France Énergie Marine. And today I'm going to talk to you about the EFOS DC R&D project. So AFOSDC actually stands for Architecture of Floating Offshore Substation. And basically, it's a basic design of a 2 gigawatt floating offshore substation. Yeah. So what are we gonna see today? First, I will make a quick introduction about the company I'm working in. I will present also a little bit the project, and then we will focus on, let's say, 3 to 4 aspects of the basic design. First one will be a feedback on a TLP basin test campaign that we have conducted. Next one would be an example of cable configurations that we could have on such a floating offshore substation. Another important topic, I think it has been discussed, is for the components, the acceleration or the vibration that could damage the components, and maybe there's one way to tackle that problem at a component level. And then, which is one of the big goals of this project, we will try to answer between CMI and TLP for such a floating offshore substation, which one is the best. And we will finish with a quick conclusion. Yes, for the introduction, because you might not know us, so we are France Énergie Marine. We are a French research. We are a French research institute dedicated to floating offshore wind. So what we do is you will see the example, but we conduct collaborative R&D projects that will gather both industrial and also academics around, mainly around floating offshore wind. We are around 90 people, mainly researcher, engineer, PhD students. And so, regarding, floating offshore substation, this is one of the scientific goals of the company, is more generally the grid integration of the offshore wind farm, and so particularly the substation. So what is France Énergie Marine and what we do? Actually, we try to start with the needs from the industry, from the sector, and to make some transfer to let's say, to have some solution, not really ready to market, but to have at least some R&D results. And we are basically divided into 4 different departments. First one is focused on wind and ocean dynamics. There's also another department that is addressing wildlife and interaction with offshore wind. We will also have a look at the ecosystem and the society around the offshore wind park. And the department I'm working in focus more on systems and performance of the technology. So that might be a reminder for some of you who were there last year, because I already presented it a little bit. What is AFOS? This is kind of the identity card of the project. So as I was saying, we conduct a collaborative project. So here you can see all the different partners from the project. So apart from us, we have RT. There's Daniele that is here that has worked a little bit on the project. So TSO. We have industrial, we have Chantier de l'Atlantique, we have also developers like RWE, Total Energy, and we have also other R&D institutes or academics like Supergrid Institute, Insta Bretagne, Ifremer, and Centrale Méditerranée. We are close to the end of the project. It was a 3 years project with 1.5 million project. And just to give you a brief view on the work package. First, we focus on design basis because it's not so clear what are all the requirements for such a substation. So first, in the context and the beginning of the project, we conduct a market analysis. We did also a metocean study to have the conditions that we will be based on. So we've decided to go to have a focus on one particular site, which is in South Brittany, with kind of severe conditions. Yeah, I will present that, but in the design basis, one of the key requirements, I will talk about it later, was of course the maximum acceleration, both horizontal and vertical, that the component within the substation can tolerate, and also the maximum offset for the cable. We did also with RT some design on the electrical systems and on the top side. I will not really dig into that today, but we could talk about it. I will mainly focus on the work package 4, which is about mechanical system, but also regarding more general aspect about system integration. It was more about risk analysis and RAM assessment. We know it's kind of a big problem or big stake for this for such system. And finally, the roadmap, so what we could do next. So yeah, as I was saying, what we wanted to do in terms of activities was to define the electrical architecture to be included in the top side of this substation, and which components. So this was done also by RT. And today I will mainly focus on platform concepts and the corresponding subsea systems that was suitable for the top side. So the goal was to design a moored semi-platform, to design also a TLP platform, and we performed also basin test campaign on this model. In the end, and we are still doing it, but you will have a look of what could be the comparison and the advantages and drawback between these two technologies. We design also dynamic cable and subsea arrangement. And we will have also a look at another topic, which is nonlinear dynamic absorbers. So, starting with the TLP basin test campaign. So, actually it was conducted in France, so near Brest, in Ifremer Center, where they have a wave basin. Just to have a look before digging into the test itself to the design. So you don't have, and I'm not really able to share all the precise number, but we have a length overall of the floater which is around 80 meter. We have some column around 25 meter high, and we have also a top side which is modular, because for several reasons, in terms of construction and installation, and in terms of weight, we estimate for such floating offshore substation, and keep in mind that it's HVDC, so there's more components than HVAC. We are around 20,000 tons for the whole 4 modules. So why did we decide to do TLP basin test in the first place? I mean, of course, it was mentioned earlier, for both TLP and SEMI, they are the legacy from oil and gas projects. But let's say we have a little bit less for TLP, and we have also some kind of complex physics phenomena for the TLP, which are nonlinear, that are called springing and ringing, that make the model a little bit more difficult to do. So after that, maybe just to another few words on that. So we try to keep a simple geometry. For the design itself, we had some issue. I give you the weight of the top side to maintain the stability also of the platform. So we tend to have some quite high column because of the air gap, but the top side is quite big and weighs quite a lot. And also we try also to respect some size constraint in order for the floater to be manufactured inside some European infrastructure in dry docks. But yeah, that was one of the issue. So how did we convert this design into the model to be tested? So we simplified the top side, of course. For the floater, we try to keep as much detail as possible. And for the tendon, the tethered, we used DNEMA wire and spring. And the tension within the tendon was adjusted from top carriage of the tank. Here you can see, I will not detail all of this, but all the instrumentation that we use. We tested also different orientation of the TLP. We using also some adjustment in the stiffness with the spring that you can see near the column. We model different water depths. And I mean, that's it. And so normally there are some video that you will see. We focused mainly on extreme condition. That was the purpose. So as the lifetime expected for such a floating offshore substation are around 40 years, we considered a 100-year return period. So that's quite big wave. So here you can see we try to. One of the goal was to see if the air gap was okay with such wave. Up. Sorry. Well, normally there are some videos, but yeah, I guess. I guess it's no. Oh, sorry. Sorry, the video isn't working. So anyway, I will skip to the next topic. Just to say a few words in terms of results. I think it has kept some slides with the videos that are not working, too bad for you. But there are some particular effects that we try to analyze also in terms of certain wave condition that could excitate some basin mode and try to modify a little bit the results. The design in terms of air gap and also in terms of tension within the tethered seems to be validated, and we are still analyzing some special phenomena that I was talking about, springing and ringing, that seem to be observed from certain conditions that are called focused wave. So I will move on to the cable configuration. I will go fast on this. There are different possibilities for cable configuration. I think it was presented before. So we went for lazy wave configuration because it's a simple configuration and that we can decouple a little bit the motion from the vessel, here the wind turbine, the substation, and the motion at the subsea end. Again, this is an example of the different parameter and variable that we have considered within this design, but I will go fast on that. Here you can see a little bit. Of course, we have 2 gigawatts, so there is a lot of cable. It was decided that they will go in the central column. This is the cable configuration only for the semi-submersible. And to give you some figures, we consider the spread angle of 7 degrees between the different cable. And the subsea end was placed at the water depth plus 100 meters. I will move. These are examples of all the parameters that we have used because we've designed both the buoyant modules, the band stiffeners, and it's not here also the G-tubes. we consider all these different loads condition, so near, far, cross near, cross far, with different wave model for this different condition, and here are all the wave condition for the different sector. Here you can see, maybe you do not recognize, but it's south of Brittany. Quickly, some conclusion. So we demonstrate that it was feasible to have cable configuration, both for IAC and for export cable. We considered 2 water depths, 400 meter and 150 meter. They are a little bit more concerned for the 150 meter water depths. And one of the goals was to see if there were some cable clash, and apparently there is not. So there is some way forward, but I will get back to that in the end of the presentation. Moving on to the next topic, which is how we can tackle the vibration at component level. This is particularly important, or we think we could have some particular damage for HVDC substation and on some special components. I think there is a photo here that are called valve tower. There are different possibility for the mechanical integration. Either they are placed on the floor, fixed on the floor, or hanged from the ceiling. And we choose this kind of case studies for some technology which is called nonlinear energy sink, that are some vibration damping system. We've conducted the works into 2 parts. First, a theoretical study, which was actually a numerical design, and then an experimental campaign. So this is the design procedure, but I will not detail that. Just for a quick conclusion of this design phase. The interest of this design is that we could effectively suppress the vibration, and as it is nonlinear, it will at least dampen the vibration on a kind of a large scale of frequency. The energy is dissipated. There is 70% of the energy that is dissipated, and so the next step was to do some tests. I don't know if there are as well some video. I'm not sure they will work this time. So mainly the goal of this test was to validate the theoretical and the numerical model. So it was a simplified prototype of the valve tower without and with the nonlinear energy sink, which are the vibration damping system. No, sorry, it's not working again. I don't have many time left, so I will move on to this topic. I'm sure that you will be interested in having the conclusion we see now. So semi, TLP, which one is the best? Again, in this particular case, and also it's only a basic design, so we did not cover all the aspects. So I tried to make a summary table considering a different topic. So installation, size, weight, acceleration, and and motion. I did not cover it in the presentation, but it was in one of the requirements of the TLP that it could be installed. It's a little bit, the procedure is a little bit more difficult for the TLP than it is for the semi. For the general size, the length overall, the one of the semi is a little bit bigger, although for both, the size that we arrived will not permit to be constructed within the European yards in terms of dry dock. Unfortunately, it is too big. The hull weight are very similar for both technology. We are around 40,000 tons for both. In terms of motion, the horizontal offsets Of course, it is higher for the semi, but still acceptable for the cable. For the max acceleration, it is okay. And for the motion, for example, for pitch, it tends to be a little bit to be higher. I mean, for the semi-submersible, but again, still acceptable. So I'm at the end of the time, so I will move on to the conclusion, the results. So the main result of this project so far, so as I was saying, we define a design basis. We conduct also site and motion condition study to be taken into account. This was part of the job of RTE and other partners. We identified electrical high voltage component specification, mainly which number, which size, which weight, in order to have a general arrangement of the topside, and so the size of the topside itself and the weight of the topside. We demonstrate also, regarding the requirement that we had, the feasibility of both semi-submersible and TLP floater. And finally, I did not cover it also in the presentation, but we performed risk and RAM analysis, and we proposed a maintenance optimization strategy. What we haven't done, I haven't put it here, we wanted to have also some more information about cost assessment. We covered that partially, but not completely. And I will just finish with this one slide. What is the way forward after this project? Of course, there are a lot of questions and problems that need to be studied in much more detail. We have taken this hypothesis of the max acceleration. It's really an important hypothesis, and we are not sure this one is good. We don't have any manufacturer of electrical component within the project consortium, so this is really something we have to address. And it's the same for the maximum horizontal offset. We actually consider 10% of the water depth. So that might, if we allow a little bit more, we could have also some possible optimization on the cable cross-section design. We need to confirm the weight estimation for the topside. I think RT is well aware of that. We didn't have the time to do all the design, so we focused mainly on HV equipment, but still the weight estimation includes normally everything, but still an estimation. We need to assess the fatigue loads. We focus for mechanical design only on extreme, so that's one topic. And also we focus on one severe, but one particular metocean condition and water depth. So we could see if it could be adapted to other. Other possible topic would be to optimize the redundancy. We conducted some RAM study, maybe to see if the reliability is okay. Maybe this redundancy of different components could be adjusted as well to maybe reduce the capex. That's it for me. Thank you very much. And sorry, I will just add, so if you want to have more details, because I went maybe a little bit fast, we will have a webinar with the conclusion of the project that will be open to everyone in late January.
Thank you. I have a question, and I think you just touched on it, and that was the topside weight.
Yes.
Because you're saying 20,000 tons,
yes.
2 gigawatt DC.
Yes.
The evidence at the moment is that comes out probably more like 32 to 35,000 tons, and that's for a static topside.
Yes.
For DC, and if it's dynamic, you might be adding to that as well for fatigue and other things. So.
Yes, that's true. That's something that comes up during the project. This weight estimation, I was saying we focused on HV equipment. So for this, we have the detail of the equipment. For all the rest of the substation, it was mainly based on the expertise of Chantier de l'Atlantique. So that's for sure one important parameter we will have to confirm. I think there's some feedback on substation from Tenet, 2 gigawatt, which is more around 32,000.
It's not the structural engineer's fault, it's the people who want all the equipment on it, by the way. Do we have any other questions?
Hi, Pierpaolo Ricci from TADEC. Thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of questions. The first one is really around the figure you gave for the hull weight. Did I understand 40,000 tons?
Yes.
Or 40?
40, yeah.
Okay, is that the weight of the steel of the?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, for TLP with a little bit ballast, but not so much. Yeah.
Okay. The other question was around the vibration damper. Was there something designed for dampening basically to smoothen the vibration on the equipment, right? Okay. And is there something? Was that based on conversation with manufacturer equipment? Is there something that is felt to be needed, or?
No, actually, so we had some information about the weight of the equipment. We had also some information about the natural frequency of this equipment, and so considering the acceleration coming up from for example, for the TLP floater, we consider vibration spectra that we try to damper as much as it was possible around this natural frequency of the equipment.
But was that? I guess the question is, would you see that as required on a floating substation? As in, would that be actually something that?
This kind of system, I'm not sure it would be required, but it could make the design of the floater easier, probably.
Okay, thank you.
If we use them, yeah.
Yes, it's a question about the accelerations on the HVDC equipment. Do you know what the limits are in terms of what allowable accelerations the equipment can take?
I think the hypothesis we took, we considered, I'm not sure between vertical and horizontal, but it was around between 3 to 4 meter per meter divided by a second squared. Yeah.
0.3 to 0.4 G.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
You.
And last presentation before lunch is from Peter Sogren as project manager at InOcean, and it is optimizing offshore substation concepts for 1 to 2 gigawatt wind farms.
Yes, thank you very much. I thought that I would have the slot after the lunch. So just remember that when you're rating me that you're probably just hungry. As Justin said, my name is Peter Sjögren. I'm a naval architect by training. I've been working with offshore substations for, well, over 10 years now, back and forth. And I'm with InOcean, a consultancy company that has its headquarters in Oslo, Norway. So InOcean, just a little bit shortly before I go into the details of our studies, InOcean was started in Oslo in 1996, so almost 30 years ago now, originally working a lot with the oil and gas industry, and still having that as a basis for operations. We are also an affiliated company of Technip Energies in France. And as you can see, our design, we have core businesses in design, naval architecture, as I mentioned, of course, and also we do project management. We're about 60 people across 3 offices, so Oslo, Gothenburg, where me, my colleague Frederick works, and also in Szczecin, Poland. So basically, we have two legs that we work mostly with. That's traditional oil and gas, focusing on FPSOs. The Gothenburg office has mainly been working since the inception about 13, 14 years ago now with offshore substations. There is a background in that when Inocean established in Gothenburg in Sweden, we also did that together with ABB as a joint venture company. Since, well, many years ago now, that company was split, but we still do consultancy for what is now Hitachi Energies. So that's basically what we see as our competitive edge, in that we have the background in the oil and gas industry and floating units, and can combine that with the knowledge of high voltage equipment. So the integration, and then we moved about 5 years ago into looking at the floating installations. And I was here last year, or not here, but in Berlin, at the conference there, to present on this 400 megawatts AC station that we had developed together with Semco Maritime and IST Consultants in Denmark. So our current developments that we're working on has been these different sizes of AC stations floating, this 3-column design that we presented on last year, and where our base case is basically this 400 megawatt size. We have seen questions from clients and interest by developers for the HVDC type of platforms, and also the comparison between AC and DC. And that is what I will be mainly focusing on today then. Just one slide on where we stand with the design presented last year. We have scaled it both down and up in size. We feel confident in this range between 250 and 500 megawatts, but we also we see that we could move upwards to 800 megawatts with the same basic layout. Yes, so not to dwell on that, but to move forward on the HVDC and AC comparison. So, as I guess that most of you are aware, the main problem that developers have is that their investments come very much downstream, and when they come to ask us for advice, we would of course like to be paid for our services, but they don't have that much to pay, but that they make decisions early on that might not have that much of a knowledge base. So we're working on trying to, well, arrange some sort of guidelines and to help developers and other engineering firms to make better decisions early on. That's our aim. And so for in-house, we've been looking at these different ranges of sizes for both AC and DC. And in this particular case where we have, let's say, the distance to shore is about 100 kilometers, you often have this discussion about whether or not there should be an AC station or a DC station. We looked at the sea states as moderately high, being, it could be the Mediterranean or Pacific, with water depths upwards from, ranging from 500 to perhaps 800 meters in depth. And using the accelerations from the DNV guidelines, standard now. So the reason that I marked this 1,400 megawatt as highlighted it is that that is where we saw, beginning with this investigation, the most requests in that range. But also doing the scale up, and 2 gigawatts is what the upper limit of what we see being discussed at the moment, at least. So what we wanted to sort of get a grasp of was what would a single line look like for this type of concepts, the arrangements from an architectural point of view, what type of hull structure would we use, and with that comes the mooring arrangements, and of course, mostly interesting as a result, the weights of these concepts. We also, as I mentioned, one question that we often get is, okay, if we go, if we make the platform a little bit smaller, the capacity a little bit smaller, what type of savings could we do, and what type of increases would we expect if we go for higher voltages? That is something that we could then elaborate on in these this sensitivity and scaling analysis. We also had some look into the inspection and maintenance of the different, like what is the difference between the AC and the DC concepts. As been mentioned here before, the technology maturity primarily on the DC equipment and what the OEMs believe about the future for floating and their equipment. I should also mention that we had discussions back and forth with 2 major OEMs in DC, the ones that are based in Europe, we could say. Not to give away too much about what we designed as a single lines, but I think that if you know, you know. But we looked at, for both concepts, we had 16 array cables incoming from the farms, going into the medium GISs, and then for the transformers, so 4 transformers for the AC concept and 2 larger transformers for the DC. Out from that, you get to the high voltage GISs, and in the DC case, you of course have the valve structures and the converters. One thing that you could see, at least in this, is that for the AC, there is somewhat of a more, you could modularize, create packages in a better way for that type of, for that transmission type. And so that is something that we've looked into a little bit later and show you on the scaling parts. So as with the SLDs, we're a bit reluctant to show everything that we've done in terms of the arrangements, but what we could say in general is that HSE requirements, of course, was top priority, as should be in this, but as it's, we're basically talking about unmanned platforms. This is when you're doing maintenance and installation type work that this becomes, of course, an issue, and that you have to pay attention to it. We primarily also, we looked at, of course, the main circuit flow of power through the platform. How do we arrange the equipment in a way that you get, when you're doing the installation offshore, the cable pulling, all of those types of things that that is very important to have an efficient installation campaign. As well as, of course, just minimizing cable pulling throughout the platform. As been discussed, of course, HVDC becomes a lot larger due to that you have to house a lot more air from an insulation distance perspective. And we could also see that we could have a situation where we would need even more air, or at least area to build on if you're going from a GIS to an AIS solution instead. For the hull structure as such, this is we used the same basic layout for both the AC and DC base cases, and so we have a regular but semi-submersible hull with basically 8 anchor points, 2 in each corner. We've discussed here before that there is no floating HVDC yet, but in operation. But there is 2 Dolphin Beta and Dolphin Epsilon that can at least float for a while, and are now sitting on the bottom of the sea, but well in place. Mooring, pretty standard. 8 lines, as I said, 2 in each corner, polyester chain configuration, and with intentioners. That's how we saw that arrangement would work. Of course, you need to be in a more detailed study. You would have to have a look at all the interactions with the cables. There will be a lot of cables and that type of arrangement. But in principle, we see that it would work. So what did we arrive at then for these 1.4 gigawatt platforms, AC and DC? Just to compare with the smaller AC platforms, but with 3-column design. The DC is substantially heavier than its AC counterpart. And of course, this is a very particular case where you have a breakpoint between when you can actually choose between an AC and a DC. In a lot of cases, there would be no discussion. You would have to go with DC. But we see that with compensation strategies on the AC side, there could be AC is also can handle a larger range. But that is, of course, something that we did not look into in detail in this study, and that is, of course, if you were to add that to the weight of the AC station, that you would need a smaller station somewhere, then that could make it not as competitive against the DC solution. So when we looked at the scaling, I mean, you have some certain levels where you can't make a transformer that is like your weight that you would like to have. You have a rating, and then you get the weight basically, and you need a certain amount of transformers to make your transmission work. And so there are some incremental steps that needs, or from a weight perspective, that gets added once you go above certain thresholds. So when we looked at a 1 gigawatt version of basically the same concept with semi-submersible hulls, so that we could reduce that down to 3 transmission trains instead for the AC. And for the 2 gigawatts, we would have double that instead, of course, but then you have 6 of these modules sitting in parallel. Of course, using the Union Jack colorway for the. So basically, we sized these hulls also for these ratings, made the weight estimates, and as I said, increased the understanding of what equipment needs are needed at these different levels. For the DC, it's a little bit more tricky, and given the time, I should mention that we were aiming for installation at something about 2034, I think that was the cap that we set when we started. We didn't feel confident in having 2 larger export cables for the DC. So we have basically a copy of the 1 gigawatt. So we have 4 export cables on the 2 gigawatt solution to be on the safe side in terms of development. But that, of course, makes it even heavier, as we will see. So basically, the DC, the 2 gigawatt, it's very, very heavy compared to the others for the same capacity on the AC version. So basically 30% heavier in total. And that comes from this the topside weight, basically, that you need a lot of housing and a lot of air to be protected for that type of concept. If you continue to look at more inspection maintenance issues and discussions that we have with the OEMs, we could establish that, of course, the DC requires more de-energized hours than the AC for maintenance, more outages, planned outages, and you will have a lot more equipment, more sensitive equipment. You will have a lot more control systems that need surveillance and maintenance. And so that is to the DC's detriment. So that's what we see. That's something to keep in mind also when discussing DC in this regard. Technology maturity, of course, there is no proven OEM HVDC floating designs as of yet, as what we know of. And so this creates a lot of uncertainty and risk, of course. In the discussions, it's not particularly the HVDC, the valves, the valve structures as such that they're most concerned about. They're concerned about the GISs and the fatigue integrity of the ducts. So I think that was one of the things that we had as a selling point for the three-legged concept we have for the AC, is that you don't get warping of the deck box, and so you don't introduce this type of motions, deflections at the deck, and that could be very problematic for GISs. Of course, the commercial availability of HVDC, there's talking about bottlenecks and so on. There are not that many companies that make HVDC, as you know, and when we talked to these OEMs, they were quite skeptical of that timeline to have something ready by or for 2034. Yeah. We didn't, I should say, we didn't include any cable OEMs in this, and that's of course something that can be looked into and that others are looking into as well. But that's something that can be, of course, added to this and improved. So in conclusion, all the platforms, the hull that we developed, and they are viable from a sort of hull and motions perspective, and also discussed the accelerations and so on with the OEMs. But we should say that the uncertainties comes primarily from the equipment point of view. It seems when you look at the weight distributions that the 1.4 gigawatt is sort of a sweet spot where if you reduce the capacity, you don't actually reduce the weight by that much, but if you go above that level, you start to increase weight by a lot and not get that much more capacity. So it might be that you would produce instead have 2 1 gigawatt or 1.5 gigawatt platforms rather than one huge one. Of course, the truth is that HVDC has transmission capabilities and control capabilities that AC doesn't, and that is in some of the cases there is no choice between these. But for this breaking point study that we did, it seems that the AC would definitely be a safer bet. And you also have this modularization possibility to a larger extent for the AC, as we see it. Yes. that concludes me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to slip in a question of my own. On your pictures there, you showed 2 mooring lines, generally on each corner. Did you look at the redundancy cases for the moorings as well, so 1 line out in those instances?
Yes, so they were fully redundant. I mean, you could lose one in how they were dimensioned.
Okay.
I was just curious for the waste estimation, especially for the top side. How did you conduct it? I mean, beside from the components that are listed on the SLD, did you use like a kind of bottom-up estimation where you list all the components within the top side and then you had it to have the weight estimation? Or was it some kind of like extrapolation from, I don't know, other design at other power?
No, basically we listed everything. And then there, of course, there's some contingency numbers, but have been working with this type of projects for quite some time. Of course, bottom fixed, but essentially your equipment will be the same, auxiliaries and things, battery packs and stuff. But
okay, thanks.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. So I'm assuming the HVAC would be manned and the HVDC would be unmanned in your assumptions, is that right?
they would both be unmanned.
They're both unmanned, okay. Okay, that answers my question, thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing more, then it's lunchtime. We shall resume at 5 to 2. So go and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
And for the lunch, we will go to the restaurant, which is next to the reception on the right side. Me and my colleagues will navigate you also the hotel stuff. So see you at 5 to 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
The title of the presentation is Transmission System Design, 1 gigawatt and beyond.
All right, thank you. Just not pretty sure how to. Oh, okay, all right. I just want to try this one. I want to make sure that Marco, my colleague, is online here actually. Can anyone help me? Yeah, is he online? Okay, all right, excellent. All right, so today's presentation, I think, first of all, hopefully all of you have a good lunch. I mean, I know that it's normally after lunch, you kind of like become a bit slow a little bit, so hopefully, you know, these presentations can wake you up and then and then it's interesting. So the topic that we are going to present here is the transmission system design 1 gigawatt and beyond. So why, and that's why we choose this topic basically, because I think like as we know that, and then in line with this offshore floating forum at the moment, we understand that the demands for the offshore wind is getting farther and farther from the shore, and then when you're getting farther, then of course the wind speed's getting more, and then in this case, then you potentially going to take a look for wind farm with capacity 1 gigawatt and beyond. Then of course, in this case, we're not going to present just offshore substation in isolations, but we're going to cover that in the transmission system designs that's going to be supported by my colleague, Dr. Marco Istanik. All right, so this is a brief introduction from both of us. So my name is Fernando Lehmann. My background is structural engineering. At the moment, I'm working and supporting for the Autodasing wind farm. As you may already know, I mean, that's one of the wind farms that's potentially going to deliver the first power by 2030, located in southeast of the UK. And then Marco, probably you want to give introductions about yourself.
Thanks, Fernando. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, so my name is Marco Stenk. I'm an electrical engineer by background, and I'll present together with Fernando, as he mentioned, this 1 gigawatt power system and beyond for offshore wind farms. Maybe we can just continue with slides.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Marco. Next slide. I think this is just a brief one. I mean, for some of you that's not really aware about Autodasing wind farm, what it is. So that's one of the potential wind farm in the UK that's going to be delivering the first power by 2030. Now, where are we now at the moment? So as you can see, and then you can see the details from the website, www.autodasings.com. So we've been sending the applications for the consents to the governments last year, and then we expected to receive the result by Q1 next year, 2025. And again, as you can see here, fabrications pretty much going to start around 27, 28, and then installation campaign around 29, 30, and then 2030, we expected to deliver the power. Now, where is the offshore wind farm? So some of you probably been traveling around this area. So that's around 50 kilometers of the Lincolnshire coast. And then the cable will reach the land of Wollongong, which is just south of the Anderbury Creek, and then travel underground to a new onshore substations that's at the moment planned in Surfeit Marsh. The capacity of the wind farm itself is expected around 1.5 gigawatt. Now, the presentation is going to be split into two groups. So the first one, we talk about the transmission systems, which is more about the architecture of the wind farm itself. So hopefully try to give you a basic understanding before we come to the structural part of the offshore substations. So Marco, so yeah, I'll give the board to you now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so why did I think this image is important? So it's because it captures the significance of this large-scale offshore wind farm. It's so massive you can see it from the airplane. And are we back on the slides? Or?
I'm trying to. Okay, hang on. There we go.
So the previous slide, I mean.
Yeah, thanks. So why is it important? Because it's such a massive structure, and it's all for the investment of generating clean power. So since UK is leading the way for the offshore wind development, we are quite lucky here if we are designing the system. When we start designing the transmission system for the offshore wind farm, nowadays we always think about offshore substation. So this is the circled one here. And there are many things that during the design we need to decide. Obviously, one of them will be whether it's HVDC or HVAC connection to the shore, but also how many offshore substations will have, which Fernando will talk about later. And there are other decisions. Fernando, can you move to another slide? So what are these key design considerations? One of them is to understand the key drivers, which are the mainly dominating the cost of the wind farm. So in this case, it will be mainly cable systems and the substations, because nowadays the wind farms are getting further and further away from the coast. So when we think about these two main particular design parameters, we have to think about state of the art, because if we don't go into the state of the art technology, then there's nothing available on the market you can buy. So for the export circuits, for the high voltage AC, we have not 220 kV or 275 kV options. So we have to consider which one is better. If we go HVDC, we have 320 kV or 525 kV systems. And then we have to optimize the overall cost of the wind farm. So every decision we make is not just based on the CapEx, also on the OpEx, but not just that, also on the overall performance of the wind farm in long term, so 25 years and more. And this here, availability comes into picture. So how available is the overall transmission system? So for that, grid compliance is very important, and the power quality. When we are doing optimization, we cannot go into very localized optimization, because when we start doing that, what will happen? It will have an impact on the overall global system, and it will, most of the time, it will affect the performance of the overall system. So when we're doing optimization, we have to do it holistically. Next slide. Thank you. So for the first one mentioned, HVAC versus HVDC, what are the key decision drivers here? One of the first one is the distance. So originally beyond 80 to 120 kilometers, the AC systems were not economical, because the export cable requires the charging current, and this produces reactive losses. Whereas if you have DC system, you don't have any reactive losses. All the losses are resistive. So in that case, HVDC has a significant improvement on the transmission distance when you go over 80 and beyond 300 kilometers for subsea cables. Now, when we were designing our system, we found out that adding reactive compensation in the middle will increase the performance, and that will increase the length at which AC system is still competitive with DC system. We found that this limit is moved to around 160 kilometers. Regarding the capacity of the system, it depends very, very roughly. For 2 gigawatt, DC is more competitive. If we have something between 500 to 1.5 gigawatt, we find that AC is a better option. So we also need to look at the losses. As mentioned before, the HVAC requires higher charging of the cables, so the efficiency of the system will be lower. For the DC, there's only resistive losses, so we'll have efficiency advantages when we're going to the longer distances. And for this, the crossover is somewhere around 80 kilometers without the mid platform. But let's go to another slide. So yeah, if we add the mid cable compensation, what we find is that this distance increases. The costs for the per megawatt of the equipment, of main equipment, will drop, and this is because in this case, the mid-cable reactive compensation will generate less amount of reactive power, and the voltage will drop, and the current stress on the system will be lower. So you can have more power transmitted through the same cable circuit, or if you want, you can reduce the number of cable circuits. So say if we were designing a 1.5 gigawatt offshore wind farm with 4 circuits, when you add the mid platform, you'll only need 3 circuits. For this kind of lengths, that's important because cables may be the main contributor to the overall capex. Next slide, please. So here, when we look at the cost reduction, why the mid cable compensation improves this economic? There are several reasons. So it will reduce the losses because it lowers the current magnitude inside the cable. You have less charging current, so the overall current goes down. It will optimize the size and quantity of the compensation equipment, so you'll need less shunt reactors. And this is also, all this then leads to the difference of requirement for HVDC system. So the HVAC remains viable up to, say, 160 kilometers. And it will allow more effective utilization of the voltage level. So the project, it's also very project specific because each configuration will have to be evaluated competitively. And for any project, you have to evaluate all options, including HVDCs, but HVDC has a different levels of cost optimization. Here we see for the AC system, one part is array cable, then the transmission cable, which is quite a bulky one, offshore substations, and the onshore substation, which is normally less cost requirement because it doesn't need structures. When we add the midpoint substation, we'll have an additional cost, but the overall cost of transmission cable will drop. So what we're expecting is that the capex comparison would show a lower overall capex. Next slide, please. In this slide, I try to present some benefits for the which come out of the system studies, and for adding the mid cable reactor, we saw that around 25% reactive power could be reduced. So this will also mean that the number of circuits and installation costs will reduce. The key takeaway from that is that the compensation will keep the high voltage AC system more competitive to HVDC for further distances. So even for, say, for floating wind farm, you could still use HVAC if you put mid platform somewhere in the middle between the floating system and the shore. And that could be on a, say, on a monopile or on a jacket. This will be talked in the next session with Fernando. So I think if you have any questions on the electrical, you can ask later.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot, Marco. And then I think now I just like to be very brief here because I think we only have remaining 5 minutes to cover for the next 10 slides. But again, I mean, it can be covered question and answer, or maybe after this you can approach me and then for further questions. Now, when we talk about offshore substations, because initially Marco has talked about the overall architecture, HVDC, HVAC, and the cables. So again, when we talk about CapEx, OpEx of transmission system, it's not just about offshore substations, but we talk about the cables, we talk about the reductions of the power, and then we talk about, for example, the UK, I mean, the requirement from the OFTO itself. So just before come to the offshore substation, I mean, I want to talk briefly about what kind of parameters that we need to consider when we want to choose the offshore substations. So the first one is that in terms of the structure type, I want to talk about the topside types here. So I understand that our colleagues from Smartest, you have described about the OTM concepts initially. Now we would like to call it open modular topside. Now again, I mean, I'm not going to talk to this one by one here, but what I want to highlight here is typical weight around 1,600 to 1,500 tons. I think the latest one is from Inchcape wind farm, if I'm not mistaken. And then the key difference here, as you can see from the picture, is that all HVA equipments are located outside. So they're not located inside the room. Now, when I talk about HVA equipment here, we talk about transformer, shunt reactor, and then potentially auxiliary transformer. Come to the next one. This is a quite a conventional one. I think hopefully most of you already know. We call it enclosed topside, where it's more like a building type actually. So the all platforms kind of like cladded or covered by the structural wall. And again, what I want to highlight here is that it can be used for typical HVAC or HVDC topside. And as you can see, that typical weight between 2,500 until 4,500 here. This is for the HVAC. And then again, for the HVDC, I think we heard from discussion just now, some number reach up to 32,000. But I understand that from our friends in Norway, especially from Project SN2, I mean, they try to build the lightest HVDC platforms, maybe between 10 to 15,000 tons of topside, but again, to be confirmed. The next one here, now that's for the foundation topside type. So it's basically there are only two types only. Now I want to talk about the foundation types here. The first one, as you already see in the picture, I mean, it's very straightforward, a monopile. Again, there is plus and minus here. But what I want to highlight here is that it's pretty much suitable for water depth less than 25 meters. And then typical topside weight that can be supported is only up to 2,000 tons roughly in general. But we understand that in some cases it could be up to 3,700 tons. Depends on the soil conditions, depends on the water depth, and of course, I mean, we need to assess the natural frequency of the overall system. This one, I think I'm going to very brief. This is jacket structure. Hopefully all of you have already known. And then typical foundations used to support the jacket itself. There's a few things. There's a few types like pre-pile, post-pile foundations, and suction bucket foundations. This type of jacket structure is suitable to support like HVAC to something like 32,000 tons of HVDC topside. Now the last one here, this is where we are here for. This is for the floating foundations, a floater. And then I think I'm not going to talk much about this. I think we have heard this from our colleague from France, and then from the research study they have done, and then from the BW Offshore as well for the dam pool concept. Now, this is very, very briefly about the UK offshore and then the potential of the future wind farm. As you can see that the brown one there, which is quite big area, I mean, that is the potential area of opportunity in the future. And then if you try to relate that to water depth, I mean, that's pretty much around 80 to 100 meters. Now that's kind of like the sweet spot for the floating wind farm in this case, because I mean it's quite deep water. And then to install a fixed foundation, to be honest, 100 meter is not really efficient, because you see that there is like kind of like comparisons between fixed and floating, but you have to kind of like a water depth where it starts crossing, and floating foundation becomes more economical compared to the fixed one. I'm going to skip this one. So this is potential list of 15 offshore projects in the UK alone, actually. And you can see that the water depths ranging here, I mean, is pretty much, I mean, still applicable for the fixed foundations. But as you can see in the previous slides, I mean, a big potential for the floating foundations. Again, my time is finished, actually, but I want to talk about the estimated capex of OSS topside here. Very quick one, as you can see that the biggest contributions will be coming from the HV equipment costs. And then the second one, you see that it comes from the offshore commissioning, transportation, and installation. And then you know that I think, as may you know, that the structural contributions is around 10 to 15% of this case. Now the other way around from the foundations, which is pretty much steel, then 70% of the cost contributions come from the steel. And then between 20 to 30%, I mean, that will be from TNI and then commissioning. There are some people ask us actually, okay, what aspect that you need to consider when you want to choose a few small topside or one big topside? Then of course, I mean, there is no definite answer for that. It all depends on the site, depends on the power that you want to deliver. But again, I mean, you need to deliver by the end of the day, you need to consider the overall capex and opex, and then potential transportation, installation, and site conditions for the like water depth. Of course, I mean, hopefully you can see all these bullet items in the slides that are going to be sent to you in details. But yeah, I mean, if you got questions, anything, more than welcome. I and Marco is available now. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, does anyone have any questions?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. So my question is, when do you decide to go for an open or an enclosed platform?
Okay, right. That's interesting questions, and I believe our colleague Small Desamin has their own view as well. It sometimes depends on the taste, actually. I mean, some clients prefer to have enclosed options, and then some clients doesn't want to have enclosed options, because I mean, we know that from what we see just now, open modular has more attractive weights, basically. But we also need to understand that the complexity of the, we call it MAQ, the HV equipment that needs to be provided for the open modular, because you need to place that outside for the design life, say for example 20 until 30 years or maybe 40 years. Then of course, I mean, companies who could provide that level of technology, I mean, has to be proven. And then you need really to test that actually, I mean, so they can deliver that equipment. So again, I mean, you need to take a look at the supply chain. In this case, for the HV equipment provider, we call it MAQ. I think that's number one. And then again, I mean, it depends on the taste of the developer in this case. Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
Is there another question? Okay, thank you very much. Right, we're on to another subject area, which is the Cultivating Innovation for a Greener Future subject area. And we have Marco Vergasola.
Vergasola.
That's not bad. Recent advancements in HVAC floating substation design.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So good afternoon to everyone. My name is Marco Vergasola. I'm a senior offshore engineer at CENER, and well, as it was said, I will talk about our latest advancements in the floating substation design. So first, CENER is a multidisciplinary engineering and technology company. We are based in Spain, but operate mostly everywhere in the world. And since 2009, we have been working in the offshore wind industry, especially floating. We have roughly 4,000 employees, out of which 100 works in the floating industry. So the agenda for today, very quick introduction. Then we will dive into floating substation design, an overview of the tank test campaign we did early this year. some thoughts on cost and planning, and some conclusions. So I will talk about floating AC substation, but just obviously this is not the only way to connect a wind farm, and we also work on bottom fixed solution, and we are now starting to look into DC options for floating as well. So last year I was here and I had this slide about the challenges we were facing at that time. So maybe let's have a look at what we did in the past year to tackle this. On the standard point of view, like we all know, we don't have a specific floating substation standard yet. So what we did was we started a classification, a approval in principle process together with Lloyd's Register to tackle this problem, perform a proper gap analysis, and also try to a bit predict what will come in the standards and make sure that we align with that. In terms of dynamic cables, luckily, beginning of the year, Prysmian came to the rescue, releasing their 220 kilovolt dynamic cables, and soon after that, the 245 kilovolts. In terms of electrical equipment, we collaborated with OEMs, in particular Hitachi Energy, within a project called EcoFOS. And then, of course, we perform extensive design work to integrate all of this. So a bit of timeline, we started in 2021 with a very early conceptual design. But it was by the end of 2023 that we really kickstarted our development throughout both internal development and throughout the a project which is called EcoFOS, in which we managed to perform also a wave-basing campaign, and we are doing the AIP process within this project. So this project is a project on a research project on zero-emission floating substation, which involved a lot of companies, Navantia Synergies on shipyards side, us as responsible for the engineering, Red Eléctrica, the Spanish TSO, and companies involved are also Ditrel on connectors, cable connectors, Uptech Sensing on monitoring of the dynamic cables, and Ocean EcoStructors on, well, EcoStructors. Obviously, we counted on several collaborators, including Prysmian and Hitachi as main OEMs for the electrical equipment, and the Hydraulic Institute of Cantabria. The packages on which we focused on the past 2 years were basically what we see here. So the electrical systems is the core of a substation. So of course that was the primary objective. And then we focused on integration of these within a topside design, floater substructure design with its own station keeping system. But we also looked into like all the marine and safety systems that we need in a floating substation, some of which are not present in a bottom fixed solution. We looked into fabrication and assembly strategies as well to make sure our platform and our design can actually be fabricated easily. And finally, also operational maintenance and T&I and commissioning considerations. So starting from the electrical perspective, we looked at several size between 400 megawatts and 1.2 gigawatt. Obviously, the floating doesn't give the same flexibility as the bottom fixed at the moment because we only have 220 kilovolt cables. But still, we looked at several configurations, and then we designed as base case a 500 megawatt solution, and then scale it up to 1.2 gigawatts. So if we look at the single line diagram, well, the difference between a bottom fixed and a floating solution is not that different if we focus on medium and high voltage side of it. Obviously, on the low voltage, we will have certain systems that are not present in a bottom fixed. So the main components are the same. We have shunt reactors, transformers, low voltage transformers, GIS. For those familiar with single line diagram, this is a bit particular because it's specifically for the TSO, so there is more flexibility in the system. But what is the main difference, of course, is what we have been talking about all day. So the loads that this equipment is experiencing. And these loads are mainly proportional to floater accelerations, but also depends on the design of the top side and the arrangement of the equipment. Because of course, like equipment farther from the center of gravity of the structure will experience larger accelerations. And in particular, the focus of the work here was on FLS, since at least through discussion with OEMs, ULS worries them a bit less than FLS. And of course, these accelerations will depend on the design of the floater, the design of the station keeping system to some extent. So we have to really strike a balance between stability and the dynamics of the floater. And always keeping also in mind that what we decide to do with the floater will affect the station keeping system and will affect the dynamic power cables. And so at this stage, what is very important and what was very useful of the ECFOS project was that it is really important to have a close collaboration between the different design teams and the different suppliers. So with this in mind, we developed several topside arrangements for different configurations, keeping in mind, of course, all the requirements of the electrical equipment, typical such as temperature, firefighting considerations, O&M space, but also keeping in mind acceleration and inclination of the floater to make sure, for instance, that the components that are more susceptible to accelerations, we try to place them closer to the center of gravity. And obviously, like, as I said, layout, it needs to go hand in hand with the design of the floater. So what we really focused on was to try to obtain a floater with certain characteristics. And these are what we wanted, a proven solution. That's why we decided to go for a semi-submersible platform. This is a platform that has a good stability, is adaptable to any water depth, is agnostic to mooring design, and also it's relatively low cost when we look at T&I. And what we did, it was really focusing on the dimensioning of the columns and the pontoons to manage to reduce accelerations, giving in a bit on stability, having a platform that maybe can surf a bit more the wave, reducing this way the accelerations. Doing this also trying to keep a low draft to improve port compatibility. We have like 30 meters of draft. And also we have a design that is has low sensitivity to changes in weight, which helped us not only for the iterations of a single configuration, but also in the scale-up process. And of course, easy fabrication. One big thing that we can see here is that we swap circular columns for octagonal ones. We performed structural design analysis on the configurations, including ALS, FLS, ULS, and impact with vessels. And we did this for a location in the Cantabrian Sea, so quite harsh conditions. And with these, we came up with basically two solutions. One basic design, which is applicable for a range of 400 to 800 megawatts in a condition of roughly 13.5 meters HS 100 years. And if we go to even harsher condition, or we go to even bigger sizes, then we have to introduce some diagonal braces to reinforce the structure. We obviously developed also all the main auxiliary systems, and in particular, I just want to say that we have looked at two solutions, either passive ballasting, in which we just modify the ballast to move from transit to operational and survival conditions, and a solution in which we introduce active ballasting. However, this is not an active ballasting like you might think. It doesn't try to counteract the motion of the platform at all times. What it does is that it introduces a system that can be used in windstorm conditions to even kill the platform, or during crane operation to improve the range of operability of the crane. Obviously, this comes with some negative aspects, such as additional systems and controls and redundancy. So the best solution will depend on the project. Station keeping system, as I said, is agnostic, but of course we developed a basic configuration, which we wanted it to be cheap and easy to install, and a proven solution. So we went for a wire chain catenary solution, which can go to semi-taut, depending on how we adjust the length of each section. Drag-embedded anchors, inline tensioning system. This is to get some synergy with the floating platforms of the wind farm. And a 4x2 configuration, consequent class 1. This was a choice led by also ALS cases, which we analyzed the loss of one and more than one line as well. So we did sea-keeping analysis to both prove the design of the station keeping system, but also to check that if indeed the requirements from the electrical and marine equipment were respected, both in terms of maximum tilt and acceleration, but also from the fatigue point of view with acceleration and cycles associated to each range of acceleration. We looked also into dynamic cable systems, of course. Our main worries at the beginning were, okay, we have many cables, so are they going to clash into each other? And also, can we easily get to a design for the 220 kilovolt cable, which at that point was very new to us. So we did this, we performed ULS and ALS analysis. The results is that with proper design, you don't have clash between cables or cables and mooring lines. Also, the 220 kilovolt design is very similar to the 66 kilovolt. And with the ALS failure, what we wanted to ensure is that if we lose one mooring line, we're not going to lose the electrical connection. We then perform within the EcoForce project some campaign. We performed it in a 140 scale, which is a very good scale because it allows us to perform both survival conditions, but also looked into more operational or fatigue driving conditions. We checked a number of things, the movements of the platform, of course, but also like tensions in the mooring system, mechanical tension in the dynamic cables, as well as contact between cables, and no linear phenomena such as wave run-up. We did this through a very extensive campaign with several configurations, and we performed both hydrodynamic characterization as well as tank test with regular and irregular waves in combination with wind and current. And what you see here are just two examples. On the left side, we have some regular waves. This is like the most non-linear wave we run. So it's very steep. And on the right-hand side is the heaviest sea state that we looked at. And what we can see is that the platform behaves quite well, and we don't see very large acceleration, also considering that, well, it's a scale, so the time here is 6 times faster. And we use, of course, this information to check our predictions with the numerical models and to calibrate and improve our models. And yeah, well, what you can see here mainly is that in Heave, we actually see that our prediction was for a lower damping. So that was a good news. And in general, overall, we found a very good agreement. Final consideration, cost and planning. So obviously, the first projects involving a floating substation will have a very high degree of uncertainty, or at least higher than bottom fixed solution. So initially, our conservative plan was of 7-year lead time for such project. All the work we have done in these 2 years allows us now to say that we can cut down this by 1 year, basically being able to speed up a lot the engineering phase, at least at the preliminary part of it. In terms of cost, I want to give you an idea. Obviously, keep this cost with caution because it doesn't include anything that is project specific. It doesn't include station keeping system, dynamic wire cables, T&I, and commissioning. So this is basically just the cost of the substructure. So for 500 megawatts, that would be between 2 and 250 million euros with our design, which it ends with a steel weight of roughly 5.5 thousand tons. And for a 1,000 megawatt solution, we go up to 7,000 tons and a price of 275, 350 million euros, non-binding, of course. So to conclude, we used these 2 years to develop a design that it's based on proven technologies, and also we did this through going through a approval in principle process that ensures compliance with regulatory framework. We managed to develop strategic collaborations with leading OEMs, both for HV equipment and dynamic power cables. So we also know that our design complies with their requirements. And we collaborated with some TSOs, which is good because we now know what can be done to improve the integration with the onshore network. And we collaborated with shipyards, which, well, it gives you a bit of a better idea of what actually really should be the construction plan. And we managed to perform some tests. So we validated these results, and our models are now ready to feed, let's say. And we did all of these with the idea in mind of keeping our design flexible so that we can easily adapt it to different site conditions and different sizes of the platform. So that's it. Thank you very much. And I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Marco. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I could have asked this question to any of the OEMs or the fabricators. It just came to me now. So I'm just wondering from your perspective, you know, I mean, we've seen what foundations for fixed or floating have emerged and, you know, are the most common ones, but maybe we're seeing more talk now about these hybrid concepts for turbines anyway. I mean, it's quite early stages, but I'm hearing about it more than before. So I wonder, from your perspective, how standardized are, you know, the foundation designs that we have now? Or by that I mean, you know, are you doing a lot of thinking about potentially other designs, or now at this point have we kind of decided it's going to be, you know, a semi-sub, a TLP, a monopile, etc., whether it's floating or fixed, or are you looking at these hybrid options?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So in our case, obviously the very beginning of the work was selection of a type of platform, and our conclusion at that time, and I think we can confirm that now, is that we believe that for the first floating substation, the best solution is a semi-sub. That's, I think it was also a bit confirmed today, seeing that most people develop semi-subs. So if we all get to the same conclusion independently, that means something. But also, when we looked at the comparison with TLP and semi-sub, at the end, we have seen that they were very similar in mostly everything, except for the TNI. And it's a big part. I don't think we can, at least for up to 1 gigawatt, I don't think I would accept the extra cost of the TLP in TNI for the very limited advantages in performances compared to a semi-sub. Whether this holds true for any dimension of a substation, I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else?
Yeah, Marco, just one question. Regarding the comparison between the two solutions, how does it stand in regards of the O&M? O&M of a TLP and O&M of a semi-sub?
With respect to requirements from electrical point of view, you mean?
No, respect to the, I mean, as a TSO or basically as an asset owner, how do the two solutions compare with regards to the 40 years or 20, whatever, operational lifetime which one is the most demanding or expensive in terms of operation and maintenance?
Yeah. I'm not a very big expert on TLP specifically, but at least, so there are a whole number of operation and maintenance that will be roughly the same for the two cases. Obviously, everything that is related to the equipment on board, unless there is a very big difference in the type of dynamic behavior that leads you to more frequent maintenance in one of the two solutions, but that's not what we are seeing right now. So that goes a bit outside of the picture. To be honest, I think the TLP, I think if you don't need the advantages that a TLP can provide in terms of movement, because you can already comply with those with a semi-sub, then a TLP with the tendons and all the problems that they can introduce, they can lead to a higher cost also in terms of maintenance and operation. For sure, it's more expensive from a T&I point of view, and will also require like heavy lifting offshore, most likely, which is also something important. With a semi-sub, we can build the entire substation in the port and tow it, or with some people today was talking about dry tow if your platform is sufficiently small. That's not the case for TLP. For TLP, we will need to install the top side offshore.
Okay, thank you. And the next presentation is from Ariel Hegland, and he is the Global Business Development Manager for OneSubsea Processing. And the presentation is Unlocking Offshore Wind Potential with Subsea Substation.
All right, hi. First, thanks for inviting me and allowing me to come here and present, I guess, some more of a special topic for the session. Being a subsea engineer and working my whole career on the sea bottom, it's been interesting to see some of the reflections that is there on the top side. Today I'll try and give you a glimpse of what we're working on in OneSubsea, where we're coming from, and also look a bit into what we're developing in terms of subsea power distribution solutions, and then the subsea substation in particular. So first, just a quick glimpse on who we are. So we are an international company working mainly within oil and gas. We have a strong ownership with SLB, formerly known as Schlumberger, Aker Solutions and Subsea 7. Located basically all around the world, at least where there is oil and gas, and we have 4 different business lines: subsea production systems, umbilical and cable systems, and also a service organization. And then we have the processing systems, which is the business line that I'm coming from, that is working more on the advanced subsea equipment. So I just thought I'd share some thoughts on why would you want to put high voltage electrical equipment on the seabed. And this is basically the core product that we are delivering. We have been doing this since the 80s when our company was founded. And we installed our first electrical pump back in 1997. So we have a topside module with variable speed drives. We have a cable going down, and then we have a consumer of a pump or a compressor that adds energy to your hydrocarbon production, which then enables you to increase the outcome or recovery rate of existing oil and gas wells. And depending a bit on the water depth and the distance between the topside equipment and the subsea electrical equipment, we have, as you will have for your grid, and yeah, this is AC, obviously. We have transformers to step up the voltage, and then also on the longer distances, we have subsea transformers, which takes the voltage down again to the voltage rating that is there on the motor side. And then also we have wet mateable high voltage connectors included in this topology. So this is kind of the state of the art. This was just was started up earlier this year. And it constitutes of the most powerful subsea transformer that we have today, 45 kV wet mateable connectors, and 120 kilometers of cable, then a distance between the variable speed drive and the subsea compression system. So this is what we're kind of accumulated up in experience over the years. More than 20 subsea transformers installed, more than 200 megawatts of rotating machinery power installed in there, with plus 5 million hours of operation experience. And we have subsea transformers being qualified down to 3,000 meters of water depth. And this is a picture of the Ormelange subsea transformer that was installed earlier this year. So what we're doing is we're taking this experience, we're taking this know-how and the capabilities that we have, and trying to look into the future and where can we leverage this. How can we utilize this also within the energy transition? So this is where the subsea power distribution, or what we call the subsea power portfolio, comes into play. We have basically 3 different products that we're working on. We have the subsea power hub, which is then more aimed at between 50 and 150 maybe megawatts of power or MVAs. Typically aimed at electrification, power from shore cases, ring connections between offshore assets to reduce the energy consumption or use of gas turbines, basically, offshore. Then we have the subsea substation. This is a 400 MVA solution that we have developed together with our partner Equinor. And then we have also a subsea junction box, which is then typically made for floating wind farms, where you will limit the need for dynamic cables, just having 1 cable per floating turbine. So this is how we envisage the system will look like with a subsea substation. But before we kind of dive into the details, I just want to dwell on the benefits that we see. And safety is an imperative for us. We have that as a strong focus within the company. And obviously, if we reduce the travel of personnel, helicopter transport and maintenance offshore, we also reduce the exposure of humans in that sense. So that is important for us. The other big thing is that basically on the seabed, you get your cooling for free. You have stable temperature, and typically you also have fairly low temperatures on the seabed, typically down to 4 degrees. So we don't need to kind of design the system for the hot summer days or the cold winter days. We have stable temperatures once we are installed. So this enables us to put a maintenance-free solution, because we have a natural convection that drives our cooling process. So basically, cooling of the system is done through natural convection, i.e. we don't have any pumps or any forced cooling. And hence then, obviously no maintenance or wear of rotating machinery as well. Dynamic loads has been a hot topic today. Obviously on the seabed, there is very limited dynamic loads, and we don't have any dynamic export cables either. And also mooring has been a big topic here. And for this, there is no mooring. We can adapt to any I would say any soil conditions. Typically, we have foundations, mud mats, suction anchors that we have deployed systems up to 900 tons. So there we are having capabilities to do that. Since there is no active cooling, there's no losses either through any auxiliaries that is there. So the power that is transformed is what goes in comes out, you could say. And also, we claim we can do this in a shorter lead time than typically you would do for an offshore substation. All in all, this will reduce your capex and also the opex with very limited and no maintenance. So, how would this look? Together with our partner Equinor, we have defined a system layout or a topology that this is how it could look for an 800 megawatts of wind farm. We have had a strong focus on the core products itself, while Equinor has been working on the system analysis and so forth. But here you see two subsea substations at 400 MVA connected to the grid with 230 kV, and we have been looking up to 140 kilometers distance between to the grid. Depending on how you want to build up your wind farm, you can do a daisy chain system, but you can also do a star configuration and then use the junction box as a way to connect all of the turbines and arrays into the system. We have a disconnector function that is located within the subsea substation, meaning that you can also disconnect arrays. You can also have a spare slot, and then you can also have an optional bus tie-in that can allow to at least utilize some of the power if you should have a failure on one of your export cables. So that is increasing the redundancy for that matter. Yes, so this is how the design looks. This is the, do I have a pointer? No, I didn't. In the middle, we see the transformer compensated towards the external pressure, meaning this is an oil-filled core and winding that is seeing the same pressure as the outside. It's hermetically sealed, metallic sealing all the way through. We have the 230 kV the export cable with a dry mate connector on the right-hand side. And then we have what we call the connection chamber, where we will then fit arrays. This is a flexible, scalable system. Depending on how many arrays you want, you can adapt to that. Obviously limited with a rating of the voltage and the size of the transformer. But we can accommodate quite a bit of power, say up to 100 megawatts per array is what we're kind of targeting. The wet mate connectors you see there is the same that you saw on the previous picture that has been installed. So this is a field-proven connection system. The connector itself is now being upgraded to 66 kV. We have cooling and compensation. I mentioned that we have a passive cooling system. So here the oil is being circulated out into the cooling areas, and then allowing a low temperature for the active part. So in size or key parameters as such, 400 MVA, we're targeting a design life of 30 years. And we have a design depth for this for 1,500 meters. We don't think there will be any, well, not in the near term at least, applications where that is going to be exceeded. Then it typically will be components that needs to be retested. Availability of above 99%, around 500 tons for this unit, and 22 by 6.5 by 7 meters in dimensions. And then targeting seabed temperatures of -5 to +10. So if we then compare this to an existing delivered offshore substation at the same power rating, we can see that we can do this at a scale from 7 to 1 in terms of how much steel and the weight of the total system. So obviously we think this is a very good solution, and hopefully can contribute in making offshore wind more cost competitive going forward. So that was the introduction to the subsea substation. I can mention here on the concluding slides, field proven and highly reliable. We have numbers to support that. This year, as an example, in 2015, we installed 3 systems in the Gulf of Mexico at 2,400 meters of water depth with a 32 kV wet mateable connection system and subsea transformers that has been operating flawlessly now for 10 years. In 2015, we also installed the Åsgard subsea compression system, which then had a 16 MVA subsea transformer and a 132 kV dry mate connector. Also been operating flawlessly since then. So this is an important year for us with a big anniversary for those 2 projects. And I mentioned also that we installed our first in 1997. So there's a lot of experience and a lot of operational data to support that statement. We have had no failures or any maintenance on our subsea transformers to date. Also in terms of CapEx and OpEx, we see that obviously with the reduced steel that is needed to do it, there is an upside on the CapEx side. You would have to have the same active part and a transformer, even though you do it on an offshore or floating substation. So here it's just placing it in a different environment. It is not a new technology. It's an existing transformer technology that you have. We're placing it in a different environment. That is the gap that we're closing, and that's what we've been doing in OneSubsea since the 80s. So final conclusion slide. I think at least I hope I've conveyed that we have experience and know-how and also capabilities to deliver these subsea power technologies. And what is another big important factor for us is that we have the existing facilities also to make and test these units. So on the picture here you see this is from inside our test facility at Hosse outside Bergen, west coast of Norway, where we have a large subsea pit. We can do test things submerged, like a subsea substation. We also have a very big or large R&D environment in terms of testing capabilities, high voltage testing equipment, and we can test equipment and components, and that's what we're doing now. We're testing 66 kV bushings and also core and windings at pressurized conditions. So this is something that is ongoing, and we have a strong belief that this will materialize into something in the future. But as mentioned earlier today, we need projects, so looking forward to that. Okay, I think that was it from my end.
Okay, thank you very much. I've just got a question. You're talking about some quite large distances to shore for around 140 kilometers. Have you also considered reactive compensation, either on your platform or midpoint compensation as part of the system?
It is. We are stretching it with 140 kilometers. Equinor has kind of been doing the system analysis part of it, but they claim it is feasible. But we also have started looking at subsea reactors. As mentioned here a couple of times, I think you need to consider this on a case-by-case basis. But we see that reactive compensation is something that we should also put on the roadmap. And a lot of the components and technologies is the same for a subsea transformer compared to a reactor, obviously without the core. But you can use the same connection systems and structure and cooling and compensation system also for a subsea reactor. So it is, I think, coming. Yes.
Thank you. Had a question down here.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm Marco Gassola from Sener. My question is related to the natural cooling system that you mentioned. So the question is, what is the limiting temperature, like limiting outside temperature for your natural cooling system to work? And at what depth do we find that temperature already?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think it will depend a bit on the site. Obviously, the cooling system that we have designed is a scalable system. So we can add more cooling capacity, more radiators, if you want to use that word. But obviously there is a threshold, there is a limit. But at least we've been doing some thermal analysis on up to 15 degrees seawater temperature, and that's fully feasible with this solution.
Okay. So if we say like 100 meters tropical location, that would not work, right?
I think obviously the seawater temperature is something that is the key parameter in terms of the cooling. But it could work. But you know, we will need to have to look into it, and you will have to have some sort of a temperature. But keeping the temperature below 75 degrees in the core, I think is where we're targeting that. So you would have a delta, but is it enough? Yeah, it's a good question. I'll bring that home.
Thank you.
On a similar point, what about marine fouling for your nice, warm, cozy place?
Definitely. Yeah, that's another challenge.
Life to live.
That is obviously another challenge. But again, this is something that we have a lot of experience on. Obviously, the lower the water depth is, the more sun you will have, the more marine growth you'll have. There are coatings that we can apply to it, but kind of our main philosophy, as that was what we've done on our pumps and compressors also, is to then we have monitoring of the temperature. So if we see that there is a trend of an increasing temperature, you then would assume that there is an increase in your marine growth, and then it's an easy jetting operation with an ROV to go down and clean it. That is the kind of the quick fix. We can also then design with an ample margin to it, allow a 25% overcapacity as an example. But I think that, you know, monitoring and trending the temperature and having procedures and equipment to go down and clean is the two major ones. And then we are looking into some coatings as well. But again, if you add coating, you add a layer, and then you reduce your thermal capacity as well. So it's a balance. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. Jack Borrett from the Carbon Trust here. I'm glad at the end you said about obviously no failures or anything so far. Obviously that has quite a single point of failure risk with a subsea station. I was wondering, do you have a contingency plan? Is there is that involved in the cost benefit analysis? Is there a bit more depth you can give to that?
Yeah, well, again, the system that we are delivering today requires an extremely high reliability. It's going directly into the operator's cash flow. Yeah, so what we install on the seabed needs to work. That's in our backbone as such. But obviously, we have systems with one cable out, and if that breaks, it has an impact. Then you can go for 2 cables if you want to justify that cost. Then that's the kind of the option. I don't think there's a lot of difference here compared to an offshore substation or a floating one. You still have the one kind of cable, and if you have a failure in the cable, it's possible to fix it with doing cable repairs, but you will have some downtime for sure. I think the key point is that basically we're taking away the equipment that typically fails, that is needing maintenance and has a daily wear and tear. So that is kind of in my view, the big upside of doing it this way is that it's simple and it requires no maintenance with no moving parts.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, and there's one more talk for the tea break, which has moved in your schedule. And this is from Daniel Tomrus, who's Chief Naval Architect at Ramboll, and it's transitional water depth between fixed and floating offshore substations. When do we really need a floating offshore substation?
Thank you. Thanks for having me. My name is Daniel, Chief Naval Architect at Ramboll. I mainly work with mooring systems, hydrodynamics, those kinds of things, but been quite a lot involved with floating substations the last couple of years as well. Let me see. Ramboll, been around 8 years this year, so there's a lot of cake going around the office at the moment. We got offices in 35 countries and 18,000 employees globally. About 900 work within wind. That's onshore, offshore, and floating. In floating wind, we're about 20 working full-time on different projects. And then we have a dedicated substation team as well. It's more than 20 years of experience here. About 50 projects, bottom fixed projects. We have 10 been detail design. It's a bit more the experience here from the substations team. So 57 AC projects, 6 DC projects, and there's two monopiles. So they've been quite busy. So we're going to go through a study we did here on basically transitional water depth study. Where are we going to go from bottom fixed to floating? Looking at the market at the moment, Europe and APAC mainly, UK, Mediterranean, Norway, Korea, and Japan as well, obviously. A lot of projects are in less than 150 meters water depth, and then the kind of consensus at the moment is like that's kind of the baseline assumption for where the crossovers. But what we've seen, clients come to us and they say, okay, this 250 meters, we want a jacket, and some say less than 150. We saw today down to 60 meters. So we've done the study to maybe put some numbers to it. And we're only looking at AC here. The way we see it is AC is going to be first in terms of floating, and DC is going to come later. And I think talking with people today, that's kind of the feel as well. Some baseline assumptions. We've done 3 water depths, so 160, 200 meters, and 240 meters. And then a cost sensitivity, water depth, obviously. Looking at steel cost, including labor, asset rate for the T&I, so that's cranes and vessels, and then the constructed manufactured steel. Like many here seems to agree, semi-sub is a good way to start. Within Rumble, we're looking generally at 4 different spars, TLPs, semi-subs, and barges. But for this study, we thought this is a good start. Jacket is a 4-legged jacket. And then the top side here is the same. I can't now remember the size of this top side, but it's for a real project that we've already done. So those kind of sizes. And then in terms of the cable cost, we assume the same cable cost, because in the end, yeah, the floating will probably have a bit longer cables, but in grand scheme of things, the difference isn't that big. The floating substation, we assumed in-port assembly. Everything's built in the yard and then towed out offshore. And for the jacket, there's a more of a complex T&I operation there. You put your jacket on a barge, tow it out to sea, and launch it. We'll come on to that. And the site is APEC region. That's where we feel like this is probably going to come first as well. So it felt like a relevant area to look at. It's the same from the fabrication and assembly. So for the terms of the design, it's a ULS design, kind of concept level, looking at some natural frequencies, make sure we don't have any resonances. For the jacket, we looked at launch analysis, quite important for the jacket, the flotation analysis, and then the upending analysis. We use this. This is done in SACS software. For the floating semi-submersible, hydrostatic analysis, make sure we have big enough foundation. Look at natural frequency. Obviously, don't want any resonance here as well. Wolf static and frequency domain, and some time domain verifications. And really, the only change here from water depth to water depth has been the mooring design. We used Orcaflex, and for hydrostatics, we used something like GHS. Cost study, we have a very clever cost team who's using a probabilistic method to work out the cost for the different components. I say components, it's cable, jackets, foundation topside, I think, and running through some Monte Carlo simulations. This helps us getting a good range of the cost, a bit of a bound from minimum to maximum in a P50. So in terms of the results, quite interesting in terms of just the steel costs is not so different. Quite similar costs of the jacket and the semi-submersible. But the T&I becomes a really big differentiator here. Because of the launching, you need a very, very big barge. I was told there's maybe just 4 barges in the world that can transport these jackets and launch them. We also see for the jacket, the pull-in of the cable might become challenging when it's such a long distance to pull through the J-tubes. So for the jacket, yes, sorry, I've gone through these points. Yeah, so that's, yeah, and what you can't really see here is that the semi-submersible options actually become a little bit cheaper as you go deeper, because the mooring system requires less smaller chain. The longer, but the smaller, so you come down in cost for the semi-submersible. So in summary, semi-submersible is definitely a business case. It comes out on top. The structural costs are similar, but T&I really makes the difference here. On the other hand, I think we discussed with several of you today that the dynamic cable is a big gray zone, and in the end, when you go to the shallower end here, it becomes more of a feasibility question rather than a question of cost. And that's kind of what I'm highlighting at the bottom here. You look at the cost, site conditions, water depth, design, and a transportation installation. There are a lot more things that needs to be considered to make a decision here. I wonder, are you able to get the presenter's view on here? There are a lot of notes missing. So there's a lot of risks it needs to go through. Oh, thank you very much. Obviously, we assume the same topside design, but a floating structure will probably have be a bit heavier because of the motions, fatigue considerations, which you wouldn't get on a jacket. The fix obviously has track record. We know it works. But then the launching is a big problem. But also with the developing DC structures, we see opportunity obviously with the floating as well, because putting an even heavier top side on a jacket is going to be even less feasible. Gonna move on here. So in conclusion, even though our cost analysis shows, that the floating substation is maybe cheaper today in terms of the bankability, it might be a bit difficult. Is it actually feasible today? So there's work needed to be done here in the cables. We are part of the DNV GIP for FOSS, floating offshore substations, and the two main things being discussed is the dynamic cables and the certification of the high voltage equipment. But this is one project. This is what we did in APAC. I think it needs to be a lot more site specific. I think everyone says study in the end. That's the caveat. It's going to be site specific. We're looking at. Just very quick. That's me. I'm Finnish, so it's straight to the point.
Thank you. Right, are there any questions after that from the floor?
Hi, Daniel. Piero Ricci from TADEC. Couple of questions. When you say the cost for the jacket and the semi were quite comparable, are you referring to like the proper cost fabrication altogether, not only the mass?
Yeah, there were the fabrication. So the fabricated steel, basically.
Okay. And were there any consideration around the seabed on the soil, or specifically for the?
The straight answer is yes, because we couldn't design a jacket without knowing what the seabeds are like. But I can't remember what the seabed assumptions were.
Okay, thank you.
My question might maybe a bit similar. You're talking about the T&I cost as a big differentiator. I was wondering if for those, the fixed, the floating option, whether that T&I considers the piling and the anchoring of the mooring lines. Was that accounted for in the T&I? Yeah. So for the floating one, it's the tow to site, and then the anchor installation and the prelay and hookup of the cables. But was there a specific type of anchor considered?
Piled anchors, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, is there anything else? One more question, that's where do you think the crossover actually is between floating and fixed? Because you're down at 160. I
was quite surprised when it was 60, to be honest. So
somewhere between 60 and 160 then?
Yes. No, I think it depends on also when in time you're looking. Like I said, I think at the moment where we are with the dynamic cables, you probably need to be deeper the better, because we already seen today designing cables in shallow water is very, very difficult.
Okay. Oh, there's one more question at the back.
Hi, Etienne from BV Ideal. Just a question regarding your costing. You mentioned at some point that the price of the mooring system that you considered, is it a full chain catenary system?
No, it's a semi-taut, so it's polyester and chain. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now there's a tea break, and please be back in time because it's my presentation immediately afterwards, and that's at 5 to 4. So
Right, good afternoon. I've changed sides here to the other side, so I can see what you've all been suffering as the speakers. I'll introduce myself, and I'll get my name right, which is even better. I'm Justin Jones. I'm the Civil Structural Group Manager for Petrofac in Woking. And this is what we'll be going through this afternoon. Brief introduction, and then into various aspects of a range of subjects to do with cables. And I feel some of my thunder's already been taken by the presentations that have gone before, so some of this might feel a little repetitive, but hopefully it's a slightly different take on what we've been hearing about already this afternoon. And then we'll have conclusions and questions. So, who are we, at least for a little while longer? We've got a long history in offshore wind, and I do personally. I started working in the wind industry in the 90s. And for Petrofac, we've been designing, developing, doing EPC on a number of projects over the last more than 15 years, and recently have been involved in AC and DC EPCs. But we also do a load of research as well. So we're known as an EPC company, but we also have the clever bits who do things like floating structures design, fixed structures design, concepts, feeds, and generally thinking about the problems. And that's where I come from, with a long history in consultancy for a number of years, and I'm the analyst. I do the FE analysis and Orcaflex analysis, as well as managing the group. And Petrofac deals with the whole life cycle. People may know that in the UK we've got a couple of thousand people who manage offshore platforms in the oil and gas industry, and we also do a lot of work in energy transition projects across the hydrogen, offshore wind, carbon capture and storage, which is a big thing at the moment, and things like waste to fuels projects. So, onto the subject at hand, which is to do with cables. And as we've been hearing, if we go to commercial scale floating wind farms, people have already talked about this, sufficient distance offshore and in sufficient water depth, we're going to need some cables that can transmit that power to shore. And we've obviously asked a few questions about this as well earlier. Somewhere beyond 100 metres, around 100 metres or beyond, you probably get the crossover in pure cost terms. That might not be in overall project and availability, etc., but just in the cost of putting it structures in the water. And as we also heard, there's quite a lot of work been going on in the background at developing the export cables that will be required for these substations, but they haven't been proven yet in use, and that's a risk for any of these projects. And one of the biggest concerns will be their use, particularly in the fatigue environment, which is hard to simulate entirely by either simulating it in a computer or doing it in a tank somewhere. And really everything else you need for a floating substation is already out there. The electrical equipment's been qualified. The rest of it has all been done in the oil and gas industry. And the last bit and the array cables have been demonstrated in a limited extent, but the dynamic export cables are the last piece. So, as a designer of structures, floating structures, moorings, etc., what can we do about it to make sure that those cables have the best environment in which they can operate, and therefore the least chance of failure? So, taking the first of the subjects that was on the list earlier, influence of hull form. We've seen several different styles of hull. We've talked about various things, including TLPs and semi-submersibles. There's the ideal foundation. And a couple of designs that we've developed over the years. TLP in the bottom right-hand corner and semi-submersible above. Each of those has its benefits and negatives as far as the cables go. One that isn't shown there is a spar because it's an inconveniently long and thin object to put on a slide like this. But there's also the spar option. And the influence of the hull form comes in on the global motion, and that results in issues potentially at the attachment to the floater and at the touchdown point, so where the cable interacts with the ground. Obviously that's isolated from it with certain cable arrangements. But there's also another aspect, and that's the local relative motion of the wave particles, so the flow of the water around the cable local to the floater. And that can have an effect as well, particularly depending on where you're attaching your cables to the floater. Just a few examples of RAOs of different structures. That's a pitch RAO for a semi-submersible, and the various RAOs for a spar. RAOs indicate the level of motion at different frequencies. That's the simplest way of putting it. So we can see a spar doesn't really do anything when you put waves in below 20 seconds, which is an excellent characteristic. And it means if you've got cable trouble, you want to have a spar. But as people will know, spars, which can have drafts of 100 metres plus to carry the sorts of weights that we're talking about, are heavy, expensive, and very inconvenient. So although it's a very good solution, especially if you have cable exits low down in the water column, it's not really practical in this purpose. So we're going to have to stay with the semi-submersibles like top left, which is has more response in the sort of 10 to 20 seconds range. The larger waterplane structures, so if we think of ships or cylindrical floaters, which I've seen proposed as suitable structures, will have larger overall motions and will have bigger local motions at the surface as well. And the consequence of greater motions is increased fatigue, both at the touchdown and at the hull. So if we can reduce that by design, that's beneficial. And it may be that if your cable is, if you're not confident in your cable fatigue performance, that you might compromise your floating structure to benefit the cable. I.e., if you go for a more expensive or slightly more inconvenient floater, you might choose to do that just to improve the cable fatigue performance if that's your critical item for the overall design. And then hang-off location. So that's where the cable attaches to your structure. And another couple of designs that we've developed in the past, which is a fairly deep draft semi-sub on the top left, and another semi-sub that was developed along with Samsung on the bottom left. And there are a number of requirements, and I think these have been touched on again in previous presentations. Convenience of the cable, location on the top side. You don't want to be running your quite expensive and quite difficult to handle cables across the top side. I-tubes, whilst nominally they're only sitting in water and therefore having wave loading, which you can easily calculate, there can be foreign objects in the water, and you can have issues with ship impact and protection as well. You don't want to have problems like we did with one of our fixed structures where a survey vessel, a remote survey vessel, decided to attack it, which seemed quite malicious at the time because it didn't just do it once, it did it twice in quick succession. So you might want to run your I-tubes in areas where they're more protected against the environment. For instance, in the columns or at least protected by the columns. Other than that, avoiding clashes with moorings can be an issue. So, for instance, if we had moorings attached to the columns, which we would do, we may need to run cables in directions away from those so that we don't end up with clashes, and that's going to be especially problematic if we have high currents where some of the looser cable designs, i.e. the lazy waves, can have large lateral translations. But the motion of the hang-off is actually, for a semi-submersible like that, not particularly significant. You can see it, you can see the effect, but it's not going to be the be-all and end-all. So the choices over the location will be driven by some of the other inputs. And the relative motion one there at the bottom is because deeper is better. So you don't want your cable coming out 10 metres below the still water line. If you can get it 20 metres down, if your semi-sub goes that deep, then that's always going to produce a better result for your cable fatigue. And we can see some of the options there. There you get to have the spar on the right with a lazy wave and catenary mooring, and a couple of fairly shallow semi-submersible, which is 1.2 gigawatts, the one on the left, and the other one, slightly smaller one, but with a deeper draft, although it can be deballasted to bring it back to a smaller draft for going into port. But again, it was designed with the intention of getting the cable exits lower and also improving the general behaviour. Cable configurations have also been touched on a couple of times, I think. So again, my thunder's been stolen, but you get some nice videos, which are slightly soporific. So the aim of the cable configuration, you want to minimise the fatigue loading at the vessel and at touchdown, and those are the 2 points that are the biggest concern. And as I mentioned, avoiding clashes is another issue, and that can be particularly problematic with lazy waves and in high current areas. And some of the projects that we've been paid to look at were in relatively high current areas, and it can be a serious problem. And in moderate water depth, tension isn't too much of an issue for these cables, but compression is. So we can see at the touchdown points down here that you need to avoid going into compression, because you tend to end up with a spirally wound cable and a load of spaghetti at the seabed. Most common options: lazy wave, lazy S, which is essentially tethered as it approaches the seabed one way or another, either with a buoy or an arch, or a catenary. Once you go into deeper depths, you can start to go towards catenaries without the issues of it falling back on itself. And the choices of that are going to be quite site dependent. As I said, high current sites can be an issue, and the top right picture there is a TLP with lazy wave with quite a lot of current coming from the right hand side, and you can see there's quite a lot of interaction potential there either between the cables or between cables and moorings. Depth will influence it, and the level of the wave environment. So wavier it is, the more problems we're going to have. And as we saw earlier as well, marine growth is a pain because you design it, you need to design it for a number of different cases with different weights on. Increased drag increases load on the cable, tends to make it hit the seabed, and then if you design it for that, it might come to the surface, and you need to keep a certain distance below the surface for loading reasons and so you don't get struck. And we can see just on the bottom right there the sorts of fatigue lives that one would get for at different points on I think that's a lazy wave cable. And we can see the two critical points that we've been talking about are at the floater attachment and at the seabed. And in between, it's relatively benign. Bend stiffeners, and bend stiffeners are used at the attachment point, or at least at the attachment point to the vessel. For an export cable, which is going to be significantly heavier than the array cables, they need to be quite large to gain maximum benefit. And the idea is that they provide a soft increase in stiffness as you go towards the structure, and it spreads out the bending by gently increasing the lateral load with distance along the bend stiffener. And it is definitely required to reduce the fatigue loading on the cables. What we see with the export cables and the relatively high stiffness of those is that the lengths need to get quite substantial. But there's another problem, and it's similar to what you get that limits the power that you can pass through the cables, the export cables generally. Usually the critical point for export cables is the shore crossing, because what they do is they, as a result of environmental requirements, drill a hole through the rock and pass the cable through it, and that's quite an insulating effect. And so the shore crossing is often the location that determines the size of the cable, because of the heating that you end up with, and it's got a maximum temperature. And one can see the potential for a large polyurethane lump around the cable and the effect that that would have on the cable temperatures. So there need to be solutions for cooling the cable in that area, or you need to have a cable that has a fairly limited amount of heating in that region. So you might need to go bigger than you would otherwise, simply because of the bend stiffener, which you've had to put on there because of the fatigue requirements. So there's an interaction there. And just to show you the potential benefits, or the why you absolutely must have them, we can see here the with and without cases. The without on the left-hand side here comes in right down there with almost no fatigue life. And as you increase the size of the bend stiffener, in this case we're just keeping the cone angle the same rather than trying to be too clever and have too many variables, we can see that the life comes up to something that's closer to acceptable as we increase it. And we haven't reached the optimum length, and we're at 14 metres long there, which is about the biggest bend stiffener that anyone has produced to date. So, in conclusion, there are choices you can make when you're designing a platform that will have significant influence over the life of your export cable. And if that's the critical thing for your design, then it may be that you need to compromise on your structural design. And really it comes down to cost, the overall cost of the project, because you may need to consider cable replacement, or the cost of cable replacement and the chance of cable replacement in the overall cost of the design. And if you go around and carefully design your cable, that can help, but only up to a point. And that's the end. So, do you have any questions for me? If not, I've got... I won't ask my own question because that would seem very odd. But it's just some thoughts. At the moment, people use risers in offshore design for oil and gas facilities, and they have a life which can exceed 20 years. I'm calculated, I won't look too hard at 2H people. So there are designs out there for, well, let's say a water barrier that will last over 20 years. It seems to me that there's potential for using those, particularly when you get to the HVDC, and people have been saying, well, there's no designs for cables for HVDC, for export cables. Well, we have a solution that will keep the water away, and the water is the problem for these cables. So why not run a DC cable through what's an existing technology of a riser, flexible riser? And you say, well, okay, you've got a heat problem, but you could put an inert, an insulating fluid through as a coolant medium over the length of which you've got your dynamic cable, which would enable you to have a suitable solution for high voltages, a high voltage export for that. That's just an idea out there. And if you want to pay me to look into it, I'm more than willing to. Yes?
I had a question.
With a microphone.
Thank you. Thanks for your talk. I had a question. You spoke about hang-off requirements being quite challenging because they're not harmonized. Which ones maybe would you say are the most frustrating for the designers or the fabricators?
There'll always be a conflict between what people want to do on the top side and what people want to do below it. The people who, if you ever designed a fixed platform for offshore wind, a lot is determined and a lot of expense goes into the structure because of the requirements of the people doing the cable pulling, because they're very, very sensitive souls, and they really must have everything perfect for them in spite of the cost that's being built into the whole platform, because you've had to make the cable deck 25 metres tall. That's an exaggeration, about 9 metres tall, 8 metres tall, so they can get their A-frames in and whatever else they can pull off the bottom of the deck, which puts load in. So it's that conflict between each of those requirements. So almost certainly they're going to want the cables in a certain position for the top side, and that may not be compatible with what you need for a good cable arrangement for wave loading and or protection.
Thank you. Do you see the fatigue being driven by the conductor or the armoring wire?
I'm not going to speculate. We were in this area, was it 2016? Was when we started looking at export cables and highlighted it as a piece of work for the Carbon Trust. And that triggered a certain amount of looking back into that area as well, because it was one of the findings that was highlighted in a report we did. And we then had a number of discussions with cable manufacturers, at which they said as little as possible to us about what was critical. And the water barrier, number one, seems to be their biggest concern. And the water barriers are, at the moment, I believe, are sort of concertinaed copper. So that seems to be the critical. I think that ends up as the critical area. I'm not absolutely sure because it's very secret, because obviously they don't want to say how their cable works, because someone else will go and build one that looks very similar or find a technique for producing that inexpensively. When we've done calculations around it, we've looked at, or we've included the effects both on the armour and on the copper core. There's another problem with these cables that, of course, they're under quite low tension. So the methods for doing fatigue calculations on cables are really based around much greater water depths, where the cable's under much more tension, and that's the dominant effect on the friction on the external armour wires. When you've got very low tension on it, it's utterly to do with how the cable's been made. So you're very dependent on the manufacturing techniques of a particular cable supplier, and they're never going to tell us what level of compression they end up with on their cores as a result of the manufacturing methods. So I can't answer it, really.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That's my 25 minutes. So thank you very much. And I need to go and read my notes. Put my other hat back on. Right, we're into the next section of presentations. And we have Jens Krieger.
Yeah.
Senior Expert SHM Offshore Wind for VC Vienna Consulting Engineers.
SHM stands for Structural Health Monitoring.
And the title of the presentation is Structural Health Monitoring of Offshore Structures in the Wind Industry.
Yeah, thank you. How do you go back here?
Bottom button is back, top button is the red pointer, and the middle button advances it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, my name is Jens Krieger. This presentation is based on the work of colleagues. 2 of them are from Vienna Consulting Engineers, like me, and 2 are from company TenneT. Basically, I plan to tell a story about how, when, and why TenneT decided they might need structural health monitoring on their substations, sort of how things started, but also where we went from there and where we are today. So a few words regarding the 2 companies. TenneT, headquarters in the Netherlands, operates part of the electricity grid in the North Sea. And this, of course, includes operation of substations. And Vienna Consulting Engineers, where I work, is a civil engineering company based in Vienna. We are not an offshore company, not a wind company, but we've got a small department. We are about 20 people, and we are focused on structural health monitoring for more than 3 decades. And for example, offshore wind we do since 2007, offshore oil and gas a little longer. That's what we do, basically. This is where things started for TenneT, one of the early substations in the German North Sea. Actually, it was 2 with similar issues. There's no video running, right? This could be a video. You chose the PDF version, maybe? Basically, what people on site reported is that these platforms were shaking, and even it increased over time. Maybe I should have, okay, I stay here, it doesn't matter. Initially, we did 2 things. We did a monitoring campaign, and I'll show you in a second. And of course, we had a look at the design to identify possible causes. The jacket you see here is fixed in 2 positions, 2 locations. One is at the jacket top. It is welded to the piles with the help of these crown plates. And it is standing on the seabed floor. There are mud mats, what they are called. These provide friction to prevent horizontal movement. There's another detail I pointed out here. It's spacer plates. They are at the lower outlet of the jacket legs. They are not meant as a fixation. They are meant to guide these piles during installation. They are partly made of plastic, and they would easily disintegrate if the platform were to move. These are photographs On the bottom, you see the crown plate and the welding crew working on these jacket top legs. On the top right, you see the inside of a jacket leg. This photo was taken in a yard, and it's a partially installed spacer plate. The plastic part is still missing. TenneT did a seabed survey too, and you see it on the bottom left. The blue area under and around the jacket structure indicates scour that happened. The seabed has been washed away. You see the same on the photograph, bottom right. There's the lower edge of one jacket leg and the seabed below. So basically what happened is these mud mats, they are hanging free. They can't provide friction. Horizontal movement is possible and happening. And in the video above, you see it. You see the gap between the jacket and the pile. And this is in very good weather conditions. It's more severe when no diving is being done. Yeah, I told you we did a monitoring campaign too. The aim was to measure the exact vibrational behavior of the structure so we could compare to the FEM model. There are several measurement points. We used acceleration sensors to measure movements. It was a one-day campaign performed by one engineer, and he used like mobile equipment like this one. And some results are being plotted here. On the top, you see acceleration signals, one of many. It looks highly unusual. It should be more or less a straight line. And what you see is these very strong acceleration peaks every few seconds. And of course, that's what the platform crews reported. And in the bottom, you see two animations. Left, the expected platform behavior from design FEM model, and right, what we actually measured. You can easily see vibration is much stronger than expected. You might see that it looks somehow strange and different. And if you were to look at the data like our engineers did, you would easily see this platform behaves like a bell. We called it a swaying motion. It behaves like it is hinged on the jacket top and hanging free at the jacket bottom. Here's some results in numbers. The platform eigenfrequency, the planned one, was 0.56 Hertz. We actually measured 0.47, so stiffness was slightly overestimated, but that's not the main issue here. The next number you see, 0.23 Hertz, is the swaying motion, which shouldn't even exist. And the problem is it's very near to the excitation wave frequency, so it is strongly excited. 3 companies assessed the impact on structure integrity, load-bearing capacity, lifetime. And our sort of assessment was somehow in the middle. But it was very clear that a repair is needed. And not even the structure only was affected, but of course other components too. And as an example, I put the cables here. We've often and we planned a monitoring system, not a campaign this time, but a fixed installation with the main aim to monitor the success of the repair works. Repair was done by driving wedges between the pile and the leg to prevent oil movements. And here you see some results of our measurements. Repair took about 10 days. On the left, you see some acceleration signals with the expected sort of more straight line-like acceleration behavior after repair. On the right, you see platform frequencies with the strong excitation of 0.23 Hertz at the beginning. You see that during repair in steps, like frequencies increased, and after the platform vibrates in its first 2 eigenforms at about 0.8 Hertz and even higher. The same here in these spectra, on the left before repair, on the right after. In the bottom you see the wave spectra we measured. In both cases, like dominant wave frequencies of about 0.2 Hertz, but of course different weather conditions, slightly different shape. And you see on the left and before repair, the swaying motion is strongly excited, whereas after, the platform mainly vibrates in its first two eigenforms, which are far away from frequency, and that's how things should be, basically. TenneT decided all of their substations will get a structural health monitoring system. At that time, that meant 800 megawatt platforms. And today, we've got like all 13 of these installed, all but one. The last one we will do next year, early next year. We did learn things about different work split scopes and the effect on the projects, but also and mainly about interfaces. Like structural health monitoring is a very small aspect of a platform, but we do have a lot of interfaces, more than you might imagine. It's about mechanical design and electrical. It's about construction, installation, commissioning, testing, quality. It's item designation, it's automation, IT integration, cybersecurity, and more. So today, we are in the second rollout, 14 platforms, 2 gigawatt platforms. And here for the first time, we will manage to fully integrate these structural health monitoring into the platform documentation and the IT environment and automation. And this will enable TenneT to much better integrate monitoring into their operational procedures. And also, for the first time, we will manage to have one identical design of the monitoring system for all 14 platforms, which will allow, of course, much better comparison of data. Maybe a word regarding the aim of these monitoring systems. It's obviously not to monitor repair campaigns. The main aim is to monitor load cycles, to count them, and to assess fatigue damage of these platforms. But there are several aims. I've got 2 more slides. So basically my story is finished. That's where we are today. I put an example to tell you there's more than one reason to do structural health monitoring. This is an example we do for a yard, 4 platforms. Mobile campaigns, and the aim is just to verify like contractual obligations this yard has at takeover time. So we will measure eigenform and eigenfrequency after installation. And last slide about floating structures. We do floating both in offshore wind and offshore oil and gas. In most projects, I'm not allowed to show as much detail as here, so that's why I chose the TenneT story. Many aspects from monitoring point of view are similar, but of course there's additional aspects, and I pointed out 2 here. The one is that these floating structures, of course, do have a, I call it ship-like behavior that need to be considered in data evaluation and that needs to be measured. And the other aspect is there's additional structure elements which are relevant for integrity. And one obvious one is the mooring system. We've heard it often today. I could have put the cable. I didn't because I believe in the long run, cable might not be part of the structure monitoring aspects, but maybe, yeah. Cable monitoring, we did 2 in the past, and it's something you might consider. Yeah. That was it. Is there a last slide? Yeah.
Thank you. And just as an aside, we've seen this on a number of platforms, the gap between the pile and the jacket moving around and dynamics on the top side. now, even on ones which don't have vertical piles. We've seen it, but it takes a little bit more wave action to get them moving. If you've got them at angles, and in the really old jackets, they used to grout the piles into the jackets, and that stopped that action actually happening. But it's cheaper not to, and it's easier not to. And yes, when the mud mats always get scoured, so you've then got a dynamic platform.
I don't think such a design will ever be done again.
They're still being done.
Okay.
But I don't think by anyone who's seen this effect. So it's not particularly well known, but it is known about.
Okay.
But it tends to be within the companies who've had the problem, and they don't advertise the fact. So the next person will get a platform and because it tends to be the shallow water platforms, and they have the same issue of the jacket moving around on the piles. And for the project we had, I've got lots of spectrograms like you had there, and you could see above certain wave heights the jacket moving around, and you'd get a completely different set of frequencies.
And
then they'd go back to when the waves dropped again.
Depending on weather conditions, you have very different data.
And we could also see the people on the spectrograms. We could see the people going to bed at night because it made the natural frequency of the accommodation bit change. That's how sensitive the systems could be. Anyway, does anyone have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I think it was very interesting.
Thank you.
I'm Marco Vergasola from Center. I have a question from actually one of the last slides. You mentioned monitoring of mooring systems.
Yeah.
So my question is, what do you think is the way to go there? Like, is it basically correlating the movements of the platform with digital twin to get the actual, like the loads on your mooring lines, or is it to directly measure like tension and angles in the mooring lines? And if it's the second, what's the state of the art of the sensors? Because as far as I've seen around, like they have a really short life.
Basically, monitoring of these jacket structures and topsides, it's very straightforward, and it's sort of I would call it an industry standard. It's known how it is done. And the same holds not true for mooring systems. Yeah, and I've been to several offshore oil and gas conferences a few years ago, and they always asked me about, can we monitor mooring systems? And we even did in the past. But it's not straightforward, it's not easy, you don't get all the results you want to. The sensors are very exposed. Mooring systems are not fail-safe, so it does make sense, but it's not straightforward. And I can't tell you what's best. I just can't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting. So, when you were talking, actually, this is nothing to do with HVDC or HVAC. So it's actually the structure.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't even know what sort of machinery
correct.
this was
So
that was vibrating.
Independent of whatever is on top. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how? I'm not sure. When you did your evaluation for Tenet, how did they bring back that feedback, that lesson learned, to whoever was designing the structure? You know, and now I see that, after you also talked, that you say, well, now we're implementing this.
Yeah.
So now they make sure that in their specifications, it's clearly defined, this is what we need to have, yeah?
Yeah.
So, but then my question is, how did they, so right now they're making sure, okay, it's embedded in our specs, but feedback.
Yeah, also, of course, I guess, I don't know, but I guess there might have feedback to the design company or to the manufacturing company. And most probably there was. And even we heard that it is a known issue. Yeah, but I haven't been involved at that time. So I guess there was this feedback. What I tried to point out is, of course, they decided to do structural monitoring on all of their projects, and a trigger might have been this initial early case, but the aim is somehow very different today. And we don't usually even we do a lot of projects offshore, most often customers don't ask us to look for faults. That's not what the monitoring is about. We do this by accident and by chance, basically. We do find things, but that's not our job. Yeah, and currently it's done for fatigue, for lifetime questions. And one could consider, but it's not done yet. But for example, in the DNV presentation, we heard it might help with inspection. Yeah, it's not very often done. I haven't seen it very often, but it would make somehow sense. But these are the aims.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation of drunken platforms. Actually, it's something where, as a TSO, we've been looking with interest and attention, in the sense that we feel it might ease our life as operator during the life of the assets. But on the other hand, what we have experienced from the main contractors was that some of them prefer not to implement the SHM system because it was complicated, it was delicate, it was, let's say, something to go around rather than to implement. Do you think that in the coming future there will be, first, do you think it's really delicate or a challenge to design and install an effective SHM from the beginning?
Sort of, I believe if I were to be an operator, I would do a system. But of course, this is biased. Yeah, it's my job. Yeah, sure. But like what we do basically is simple. It's acceleration sensors, and you can best compare to a fever, what is it called, gauge? A fever gauge for human beings. It's simple. Many things can be seen, many things can't be. Yeah, it's not a fail-safe monitoring system, but it's simple. In the past, 15, 20 years ago, I would have said 15 years ago, most often we worked for these manufacturers, and they didn't like things too much. They had to order our services. And currently, most often we have a contract with the operator. And here, for example, it's Tenet, not only, yeah. So it's but this is fashions going this way, that way, but for us, this is much better because they are interested in our system, they want to have it. And it can be done. And of course, the interface with the manufacturer is it's work. And yeah. Does it answer your question?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no more questions, then thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And the last presentation of this afternoon is from Alan Kroll, and it's construction and installation of floating substations.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk about the transport and installation of floating substations. I've been working for 55 years in the marine and offshore industries, and I tried to retire 5 years ago and failed miserably. I'm working full-time for McDermott on 2 gigawatt substations, and I'm working in the evenings on the installation of floating wind turbines and floating substations. I want to talk to you today about these temporary phases for the floating substations. Floating wind is growing in interest, if not actually in producing more platforms of this type. To install floating wind, we need large tugs to install and to construct large floating substations, we need large installation vessels and perhaps new vessels as well. There's been some talk today about at what water depth we go from fixed to floating substations. In the past, we have installed jackets up to 412 meters in water depth. With the changes to the launch barges, that probably is reduced to about 250 meters. But the big issue, of course, is at what point will we get dynamic cables that can be used on floating substations, dynamic export cables, that is. There's a lot of talk about these high-powered cables, but none, of course, have been produced. And it certainly looks as though, in the near term, if we have floating substations, they will be above 160 meters in water depth. And maybe when we go to very deep water, by that time, we will have subsea substations. But because you have a floating wind turbine, that does not mean you have a floating substation. It's almost certain that the early floating wind farms, if they have a substation at all, will be fixed structures. One of the things about the construction of substations is you need to build them indoors. There's a lot of delicate equipment, particularly if it's a HVDC substructure. There's a lot of delicate equipment that needs to be protected. And you can see, we saw this picture earlier on about, you've got to go through the process of building in the top sides in a big building, and then you load it out with trailers, and then you've got this high voltage, you've got the transformers to lift in, a lot of extra equipment to move as well. So one of the points with a substation is, or whether it's the top side or the substructure, you've got to load it out onto a barge or a heavy transport vessel. This involves trailers or skidding systems, and these operations add weight to the substructure or the top sides. You might find that the highest motion loads on the top sides is not during the in-place condition, but during the ocean transport condition. And what we've seen already with the HVDC equipment is, and you saw it in some of the pictures there, how delicate it is. A colleague of mine calls it like handling crystal glass. It's very, very delicate. So when it's operating, there's no steel around it at all. But when it's being transported by sea like this, the HVDC equipment, it needs to be sea fastened. And it's a complicated process to fit the sea fastenings around it so as not to damage it, and then of course that has to be removed when you get to the offshore location. Somebody mentioned about the Dolwyn Epsilon before. The Dolwyn Epsilon, it looks like a semi-submersible. It was built in the Far East and then brought to Haugesund, and Able fitted it out there with the HVDC equipment, and then they towed out this structure and landed it on the seabed. It's not a semi-submersible, and it was only ever floating in good conditions, good weather conditions. And then it was landed on the seabed and becomes a gravity-based structure. When we're thinking about particularly HVDC substations, they have a lot of very delicate equipment inside them. So we've seen this already, the idle substation option on a damping barge. Semi-submersible types, people have said that's probably the most likely form. We've had some different weights presented today for a 2 gigawatt topside, the HVDC topside. 20,000 was mentioned, and then 32,000 was mentioned. I'll give you a different number, 35,000 tons. And it's as heavy as that because yes, you've got 20,000 tons of DC equipment, but on top of that, you've got transformers, cooling equipment, cable pulling equipment, and the heating and venting equipment as well. It's very important with this HVDC equipment to keep it at the right temperature and right humidity. Hence how the weight went from 20,000 to 32,000, but then we've added another 2,000 or 3,000 tons just for the temporary conditions of load-out, ocean transport, perhaps jacking up, and then the float-over operations. So the weight of these topsides is very large, which means that then, of course, the floating structures will get bigger as well. And then there have been some TLP substations mentioned. They're very complicated to install. And the offshore oil and gas industry has not built one for several years because there was an accident during the construction of the tethers. They broke and they replaced them, but nobody's built any for the last 10 years to any TLPs, any oil and gas ones anyway. But there are 3 floating wind turbine TLPs. And then there are various spar buoys as well. And so several have been built for floating wind, and they were built in Norway in the fjords, of course. There is only one floating substation, to my knowledge, in the world, and that's off the south of France. But it's not a proper substation at all. All it is a hub. You get there are 3 floating wind turbines close by. They're sending in 66 kV, and all this hub does is join it all together and send it out as 66 kV, which brings us back to this point of we need, for proper substations to come about, floating substations, we need to actually build dynamic cables that work at high voltages. You can see here that even for a small structure like this, we need a big tug, 100-ton bollard pull tug, and then even harbour tugs around it to manoeuvre it as well. The other option, as we've talked about today, is the subsea equipment, but of course I think it was only talked about with HVAC at present. How are we going to transport this equipment? We need the biggest heavy transport vessels in the world. We need the biggest float-over barges in the world to help to join it all together. A standard, so if the topsides is built in one place and the substructure, say there's a semi-submersible is built somewhere else, they need to be joined together in calm water, again probably in a field in Norway or somewhere like that. And to do that operation, we need a big float-over barge like this. Or we need to use a heavy transport vessel, where, in this case, installing the topsides directly. Or if you've got a very big topsides, in this case over 40,000 tons, you can use the pioneering spirit to load the topsides onto the structure. For fixed jacket installation for a substructure, you need to use big semi-submersible crane vessels, such as the one shown here. And during the installation of the piling, we need to make sure that the noise from the piling operation is at a minimum. Now, as somebody has already mentioned, for the floating substations, drag anchors will probably not do the job for the anchoring system. We will need to use piles, and we will end up using this kind of crane vessel to probably put the piles in, which in turn will need these noise reduction methods here of putting bubbles around the sea, laying a curtain on the seabed and pumping air through it to get bubbles coming up. We will need big crane vessels, or these big float-over vessels, to join the substation top sides onto the floating substructure. And if the structures are in the 10 to 12,000 tons, we can use these semi-submersible crane vessels. Or we can use shear leg vessels such as this for inshore operations. Or we might get away with using a monohull crane vessel as well. Or the semi-submersible crane vessels have proved themselves to be able to work in much worse conditions than the monohulls or even the shear leg vessels. There are quite a few cable lay vessels around, and they will be needed for installing the dynamic cables and that attached to the substation. There's also, how do we get all this kit together? You could imagine that the transformers are built in Europe, but the substations themselves are put together somewhere in the Far East. And so all this kit needs to be transported around the world. And probably for something like this, where the ship might be rolling plus or minus 30 degrees, that the biggest accelerations on this type of equipment are not in the in-place condition, but during that ocean transport, getting it to the substation fabrication yard. And then we need to use large tugs to tow offshore. If we had one of these big semi-submersible substations, it's probably got and requires a bollard pull of 250, even 300 tons. So you're looking then to have one or two of the biggest tugs in the world to tow it, another tug acting as an escort tug, and then when you get offshore, you need at least 3 big tugs like this, maybe 4 tugs, to hold the substation in position, and then you need another 2 big tugs to attach the mooring lines. The T&I costs are going to be high for these floating substations because we have so many big tugs, so many big structures inshore, so many big heavy transport vessels to move the components around the world. In conclusion today, I've shown you some of the pictures of the equipment that we need for floating substations. The biggest challenge is undoubtedly with the dynamic cables. And nobody will want to be first with installing a 250-volt AC cable, or even less with a 500 kV volt DC cable. Some of the electric equipment is very delicate and needs to have special sea fastenings during the ocean transport. And then you need to think about how that's going to work on a moving vessel. Floating offshore substations are at an early stage of development, and technology needs to be developed for them to be even built. Thank you for your time today, and if you have any questions.
Thank you. Is there anything from the floor there in terms of questions? No.
Yes.
Thank you, Alan, for the nice presentation, an eye-opener as well. My question is, do you think that we're pushing things to the limit? Or should we just go back to, 1 giga?
Well, what you've just is quite interesting. That if you went for smaller equipment, then all the T&I would be much easier. So the yards that are building these 2 gigawatt platforms, they're having enormous civils works taking place to building new berths, new piles for the supports, new warehouses to store the DC equipment. If there were 1 gigawatt, the size of all the equipment, and particularly the marine vessels, would be smaller, and there would be less investment required in individual yards. But the investment going into yards alone for 2 gigawatts is enormous. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I would also add that going for the 1 gigawatt floating first would also help to keep the fabrication in Europe rather than going to somewhere else. With your experience, I don't know how to phrase the question because I don't want to be inappropriate, but the 2 gigawatt adventure, what are the learnings that does it bring to us in terms of, we have seen, and it's not a criticism at all because I respect a lot what your companies have done in that respect. We have seen the, let's say, the weights deriving a little bit.
Yes.
We know that there are implications for the TNI and for the structural. Is it a lesson learned or a hint to be more, let's say, considerate and start with? Again, it's a little bit the same. Start with the 1 gigawatt floating as first. What are your learnings from the 2 gigawatts?
Well, we're learning that we need to make big changes in the fabrication yards. There are at least 3 new transport vessels being built for 2 gigawatt, all in China. They're going to be some of the biggest transport vessels in the world, all brand new for this. And you could say that at the end of the building of these new 2 gigawatt platforms, then all the marine equipment will be there, the yards will be upgraded, and then we could build a lot more of them. But it's taking a lot of investment going into things that are not actually going to be out in the sea.
Thanks, Alan. In floating wind, there's often this consensus that to get to commercial scale floating wind, we need lots of pilot projects to prove concept. I'm guessing that's not going to work for what you're talking about today because it's the scale itself that's the issue. I'm just wondering what you think could be the most important sort of catalyst for the development of the industry.
So for floating winds, we all know that the cost of a floating wind is very high compared to a fixed structure because there's far more steel in a floating wind substructure than there is in a small jacket or a monopile. And then there's the cost of all the mooring systems as well. To get the cost of floating wind down, there's got to be mass production. And that means developing ports, which we don't have in Britain at present, to build lots and lots of floating wind turbines at the same time. And there is a little bit of investment going on in that, but it's going to take, somebody estimated it would take £4 billion into our yards in Britain to make floating wind viable. I think they've got about 200 million so far. The floating substructures are different altogether. It looks as though they probably end up getting built in the Far East. China, South Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, perhaps in Dubai, where they've got lots of labour and they've got lots of open space to build these things. And that's going to be one of the issues with these big floating substations that countries such as Britain or Germany or whoever has them will see all the investment going somewhere else. And that will become a social issue as well, yes.
Hi, hi. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned the load-out as well, the load-out of the substructures. And I'm just wondering if maybe you can say a bit more, do you think ports are ready for that? It seems like it's going to be a massive procedure. What do you think are going to be the main barriers? Are we going to need additional technologies to, like supporting technologies that'll help lift things up and move things around. Yeah.
We had big facilities in Europe to build 20 and 30,000 ton topsides. But in the last oil crisis in 2014, most of those then disappeared. But we're looking, these substations for floating wind, they're going to cut down the number of structures, which is the way floating wind itself has gone. You're looking, yes, for 1 gigawatt, 20,000 tons, 2 gigawatts, 35,000 tons. And that means that the yards they're going to build them need to have strengthened quays. They probably need to, almost certainly need to dredge in front of the quay so that the bigger transport vessels can get in. And you see all this going on in the yards where the 2 gigawatt are being built at present. Lots of dredging, lots of piles in the yard, and big cranes to put it all together as well. Yes. It's going to take an enormous investment to go from where we are with fixed 2 gigawatt to a floating 2 gigawatt in terms of the yards and in terms of heavy transport vessels, float over barges, inshore crane vessels. All these things need to be thought about and how they would be paid for as well.
Thank you.
I just have a question as well. This is Robert from the Carbon Trust. Maybe to you, Alan, but also to other people in the room, because I thought it was quite interesting today. We've heard a number of presentations mentioning, maybe, well, obviously needing substations beyond 40, 50 kilometres from shore. A number of presentations mentioning there's no dynamic export cable available on the market. And I think every presentation I've seen today has shown 66 kV incoming array cables. Also mentioned that there's lots of steel required per turbine. So I'm thinking about enabling floating wind at scale. Are we looking at 20 megawatt machines plus? And are we looking at 132 kV turbines, which would have the kind of enabling impact of more megawatts per steel, I suppose, being obtuse about that, but also taking pressure off the substations, maybe even removing the need for any substations if you have deep water close to shore, maybe even 50 to 100 kilometres. And if you do need a substation, you have half the number of incomers. So I don't, Alan, you can take that, but I don't know if anyone else has reflections as well.
Well, about the floating wind itself, people are talking about 20 megawatts machines, but then you've got to find the cranes to put the turbines on. And that's an issue, isn't it? And the substations, as we've talked about, getting bigger, having to change all the infrastructure. The infrastructure, ironically, has been changed for very heavy topsides now, whether it be for fixed structures, but that will also suit for floating structures. But you will see that if we went for floating substations, that the existing crane vessels, transport vessels, they'll probably be at their limit as to what they can do, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. In the original programme, it said I had a presentation at the end, but then I'm not the original chairman, so I don't have a presentation. Chairman's presentation, I've done my bit. Thank you very much to all the contributors who have given presentations today. They've been excellent. And as a technical person myself, it's been very interesting because so many of them have been in areas that I've previously worked in, and I hope everyone else has found them as interesting as I have as well. So thank you to each of you who's presented, and thank you for organising the conference, Ledvent. So thank you.
And just a few last words from me. I would like to also thank everyone for coming. Also our chairman, Justin Jones, for his guidance through the conference. And as a reminder, please fill the evaluation forms and you can just leave them here on the table. And as I said, you don't need to rush and go. You can still enjoy the coffee, still do the networking. And during the next week, I will be sharing the link with the presentations, the recording, delegate list, agenda, and everything. So in case you have also some suggestions for next topics of the next edition, locations, you can share that with me. Thank you and have a nice evening.